저는 오늘 진행을 맡은 아나운서 김미영입니다. 네, 인크루시브 코리아 2021 문재인 정부 4년의 여정, 포용적 회복과 도약. 1일차인 어제는 위기와 혁신 그리고 포용이라는 주제로 진행이 됐고요. 2일차인 오늘은 공정과 평화 그리고 도약이라는 주제로 진행이 됩니다. 오늘도 많은 관심 부탁드리고요. 2일차 첫 번째 세션부터 소개해드리겠습니다. 이 첫 번째 세션 주제는 공정사회와 권력을 개혁한 정부를 주제로 진행이 됩니다. 그럼 첫 번째 발표자부터 모실게요. 한동대학교 국제법률대학원 이국은 교수님께서 권력기관 개혁의 성과와 과제를 주제로 발제해 주시겠습니다. 박수로 맞이하겠습니다.
다시 한번 인사 올리겠습니다.
Yes, once again, thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me to give a presentation on achievements and challenges in the reform of authority. Because of the time constraint, I will try to make my presentation as concise as possible. So first of all, I will be touching upon 5 main points. First of all, I will talk about the appropriateness and the need for reform of authority. And number 2, I will talk about how the Moon Jae-in administration for the past 4 years have pursued reform of authority and the current status. Number 3, I will take a look at the 70-year history of the Korean Constitution and how the Moon Jae-in administration's reform is taking place in what kind of historical context. And also, I will take a look at the theory of reform of criminal justice system based on republicanism. And last but not least, I will talk about the remaining tasks for fulfilling the reform of authority. So first of all, the need and appropriateness of the reform of authority. There are many reasons for pursuing this reform. But first of all is to realize the sovereignty, popular sovereignty. Korea is a democratic republic, and so we need to apply this to all sectors of our nation. Number 2 is to ensure basic human rights and also to ensure plurality in our daily lives and to ensure this through institutions. So I do believe that the most important foundation of the reform is based on this. Number 3, whatever system there is a possibility of corruption arising, and so we have to prepare for such potential corruption. And also we have to ensure that the criminal justice system remains as a last resort. Absolute power can lead to absolute corruption. That is what we have to keep in mind as we pursue the reform of authority. Number 4, the rule of law. This is one of the most important mottos of democracy. But at the same time, the legal profession can actually deteriorate the system based on the rule of law to a system that is based on the rule of man. And also throughout the constitutional history of Korea, you could see that the rule of law sometimes have deteriorated into the rule of man. So that's another reason that reform of authority is needed. Number 5, also, we have to reflect the changes in our society. There is always confrontation in our society, and so we have to respond accordingly. And also, that has to be reflected in the authority and power structures in our society. Let's take a look at the overall reform efforts carried out under the Moon Jae-in administration. So there were efforts to get rid of some undesirable points. You can say that great endeavors were carried out, As I mentioned before, I'm not saying that reform is complete. And at this moment, there are still many difficulties and challenges that we face as we pursue this reform, especially among the different institutions that hold authority. But nevertheless, I do believe that having begun this reform holds great historical significance. And so let's take a look at some of the accomplishments. First of all, there was a launch of the CIO, the Corruption Investigative Office for high-ranking officials. So, of course, the size of the CIO is smaller than had initially been discussed, but nevertheless, it has been launched, and the CIO is now carrying out its initial activities. For example, this launch has also led to tension rising within the prosecution. But nevertheless, we can see that not only the investigative rights, but also the rights for prosecution is being given to this organization for certain cases involving judges, prosecutors, and police officials. So now in Korea, we have a watchman's watchman system in place. Number two, there has been an adjustment to the investigative rights of the prosecution and the police. I do believe that this has led to the diversification of the investigative rights here in Korea. So the command of investigation was given to the prosecution, and the police had to follow such command. However, this has been adjusted, and the prosecution can lead the investigations. So in the future, the protocol examination of a suspect by the prosecution will be somewhat limited. And so when it comes to the investigations, the prosecution will the role of the prosecution will face some limitations as is faced by other institutions such as the court and the judicial bodies. So, I do believe that the process of leading up to these achievements will be thoroughly researched in the future in the academic circle as well. I think that this will be studied as a model case of reforming the criminal justice authority. Number three, the Ministry of Justice has been released from the influence of prosecution, and the personnel system of the prosecution has been refurbished. I'm not sure if foreigners will actually understand what this means to have the Ministry of Justice be released from the influence of the prosecution. But in fact, in Korea, the prosecution has had great influence and authority, and so the members of the prosecution actually had dominated the Ministry of Justice in some sense in the past, and so sometimes the supervision of the Ministry of Justice over the prosecution and other institutions were in some sense meaningless. And also sometimes the prosecution was politicized in the past. And with the launch of the Jae-in administration, the Minister of Justice has been appointed among those who had not served in the prosecutor's office, and also when it comes to the institutions related to the prosecution personnel system, there has been many changes implemented. So I think that that is a major accomplishment that should be noted. Number four, the NOI, the National Office of Investigation, was implemented, and the autonomous police system was implemented as well. So the police now has investigative rights, and so there was a need to have the autonomous police separated from the duties of the regular administrative duties of the police. So along with this, we can see that starting from July 1st, this historical change of autonomous police taking action has been carried out. Of course, there are some criticism that the autonomous police, when it comes to the substantial and actual separation from the national police, is not full. In other words, there are some weaknesses still, and so some people say that the autonomous police system has no real autonomous police station or autonomous police officers. But I do believe that we're in the initial stages, and I believe that we will be able to further develop the autonomous police system of Korea as we move forward into the future. And another accomplishment is the establishment of a human rights-based public security administration system, and also the refurbishment of a system for police dealing with intelligence affairs. In the past, I think that Korea had the culture of having fear towards the police. And as you know, President Moon Jae-in is a well-known human rights lawyer, and he well understands about how during investigative processes, the human rights of the people had been violated. And so there has been an emphasis placed on human rights of all people. And so this has been emphasized for the different institutions that we have, and has been reflected into the legal system as well. Another development is that the NIS is no longer in charge of the domestic intelligence activities. This authority has been given to the police. Some people believe that perhaps too much authority and rights has been transferred to the police. But this is another accomplishment, along with the transfer of the anti-communist investigation to the police. But today, what I would like to emphasize is the historical context of the reform of authority. I will be talking about the major events and major points. The Moon Jae-in administration tried to reform a system that is in place for 70 years. So we have to go back to the Japanese colonial rule. At that time, there was a very oppressive authority and power structure that existed. So there was the arbitrariness, the violence, the different class structure reflected into the institutions, and also the existing institutions were prone to corruption. As you well know, during the Japanese colonial period and even after being liberated, the police still tended to be pro-Japanese and also violated human rights. And so also after liberation, the people that built the criminal justice system after liberalization, for example, Minister Jae-in of the Ministry of Justice tried to establish a judicial system that is based on statism because of this past experience of the police force. And so all of the authorities were somewhat given to the prosecution. For example, the right to begin investigation, to supervise investigation, to conclude investigation, to the right to request for a warrant, the right to seek prosecution and maintain it, were all given to the prosecution. However, the statism-based reform was carried out, but in order to be completed, this kind of reform to be flawless, what was needed was for the 150 prosecutors to also hold perfect integrity and represent fairness, but I think that this was something difficult to accomplish. As you know, after the 1950s, if you look at the criminal justice system, you could see that rather than completing the reform based on statism, there were some fallbacks. And for example, we could see that there were strengthened ideological confrontations between South Korea and North Korea, and also the military government came into power. And so there were some power structures and authority that came into place that held rights that were untouchable in some sense and had extraterritoriality. And also, sometimes we could see that there were some irregularities popping up, and so at that time, if the prosecution played its role in the right manner, then the prosecution should have fought against the abuse of power that was shown during the 1960s, for example. And if so, then I do believe that the prosecution and the criminal justice system would have received the support of the people. But unfortunately, starting especially from the late 1960s, the prosecution started to go in a different direction. For example, the Minister of Justice, Shin Jik-soo, and the system leaders, well, they try to protect and continue the criminal justice system and the power structure as is, rather than pursuing reform. And the lawyers, the legal professions that later went into the prosecution, and also those who took the bar exam and became prosecutors, well, what happened was that after they retired from the prosecution, they would work as lawyers, and they were granted privileges for the former posts that they held as part of the prosecution. So you can see that these practices actually show that reform was no longer being pursued in full-fledged. And also, we do have a proud history in Korea pursuing democratization. But in this process, when you look at the criminal justice system, well, there was a reform and revision of the Constitution in 1987. But this revision of 1987 actually made the legal system go back to the past. Because if you look at the 1987 system, well, it kind of returns everything before the military coup back to the 1960s. And so it actually means a return to a system in the past and the prosecution that are so used to being granted privileges of former posts. Well, the prosecution actually was placed at the peak of authority, at the most highest position of the power structure. During those days, well, the prosecution was in charge of prosecuting the former presidents Chun Doo-hwan and Roh Tae-woo, and they were saying that a successful coup cannot be punished, but then 2 months later, they were pushing for the revision of the law so that the past presidents could be penalized and trialed. And I think that this kind of a development actually helped further strengthen the authority of the prosecution. In the past, actually, there was not a lot of special investigations carried out by the prosecution. But starting from the late 1980s, especially after the declaration of a war against crime in 1989, you can see that the Supreme Prosecutor's Office started to carry out these special investigations. And so the prosecutors that were good at investigations were viewed to be very capable and competent prosecutors. And there were some political figures, politicians, who could deal with their challenges through the legislative branch, but rather turn to the criminal justice system to deal with their challenges or problems. So, as I mentioned before, you could see that the rule of law was moving towards a rule of man. And so the legal professions were leading this transformation from a system based on the rule of law to the rule of man. And that sparked demands and calls for reform of prosecution. So now let's take a look at the reform efforts under the Moon Jae-in administration. Actually, I do believe that the prosecution itself could have initiated the reform. The prosecutions could have reviewed themselves and pursue integrity, show courage and boldness to move away from the past unlawful practices or past unwanted practices. But the prosecution, as you probably well know, did not actually push to reform themselves. So the prosecution continued to grow in terms of the authority and the power that it holds. And also, there were many different groups within the prosecution. There were different factions within the prosecution. And so the reform of the prosecution now was being pursued by those who favored liberalism or a liberalism-based reform. The Ministry of Justice, who pursued the reform of authority, were mainly from the academic circle. There were professors of law. They understood well about the principles of liberalism and liberalism-based reform. And the liberalism-based reform emphasizes the upholding of human rights of the defendants, the suspects, and the victims. The Korean people have a long negative sentiment towards the prosecution because of past experiences and historical experiences. And I think that because of this, it might have been easier to pursue a reform based on liberalism. And as I mentioned, the prosecution tended to have the tendency to be prone to corruption, for example, or to have a sense of violence or arbitrariness or reflect class structure. And this was revealed during the push for liberalism-based reform. And the neglect for the victims of the criminal cases and also the loss of capacity to heal and solve problems through the criminal justice system and also the criminal justice system centered around legal professions, and the weakening of the social consensus to build a better society. I think that what I just mentioned is actually, however, the limitation of the discourse surrounding the liberalism-based reform. So the liberalism-based reform was not enough, in my view, to complete the reform of authority. The Moon Jae-in administration, when it came into power, was at a position to have to eradicate the deep-rooted evils in our society. And when the administration came into power, it was a time when the prosecution held very great authority and power. The prosecution led the way in putting the two past presidents on trial. But right before the inauguration of the Moon Jae-in administration, there was the scandal surrounding the former president, and at that time, there was great distrust created towards the judicial branch. And so, as you know, right before the general election in April of 2020, as I mentioned before, the many problems of the criminal justice system were fully surfaced and revealed, and a full-fledged push for the reform of authority was implemented. What you see here was a quote by the president during a meeting held by the president in October of 2019. I will not read this, but it seems to imply that a vision is needed to carry out and fulfill the reform of authority. So because of the time constraint, I will now go into some of the tasks that should be pursued. Now, republicanism, I would like to talk about the reform of authority based on republicanism as an alternative. I think that the core of republicanism is fulfilling and realizing freedom through political participation, pursuing public good, and authority and power can be maintained and upheld in the right manner when there is the rule of law being upheld and when there are checks and balances appropriately put into place. And so the checks and balances by the citizens is important. And the participation of the citizens is quite important. So I think that that is a core of the republicanism-based reform of authority. So for example, the victims, the suspects, the plaintiffs, or the legal professions, the investigators, everyone actually should be recognized as citizens on an equal footing. And whose freedom has been violated. And so the criminal justice process should be a process for restoring the degraded freedom. I think that that kind of a consensus is what can be reached through the republicanism-based reform of authority. So all of the participants are recognized as equal citizens on an equal footing. So in short, I think that the process would be a process of learning by the citizens. So if there is wrongdoing, then this would be corrected. And not only the perpetrators, but also everyone in the society would be able to go towards a better state through this process. And so the constitutional value would be fundamentally realized through this learning process. I think that that kind of learning process is required. And so I think that for about the past year or so, there has been a number of incidents that has been hurting our society. And I think that it makes it difficult for us to look at the reform issue from a republicanism perspective, unfortunately. And the former head of prosecution, unfortunately, has declared that he will run for president. So these types of developments are making it difficult to look at the reform of authority from a republicanism perspective. But I would like to emphasize that this is actually a learning process and a process for restructuring our community to make our community and society a better place. So, to realize the rule of law, the legal profession's dominance has to be continuously monitored and kept in check, because the legal professions have the potential of transforming the rule of law into the rule of man. So there has to be continuous attention paid to the legal professions and keeping them in check. And also, it is very important to secure the checks by the citizens. It's not just about the citizens talking about issues on YouTube, but actually there has to be policy imagination and political efforts or checks by the citizens on the political issues as well. So last but not least, I would like to mention that now we have the pluralization or the diversification of the investigative rights. And so what is needed at this moment is that we need to specialize factual judgments. So investigation actually, before making a legal judgment, it has to be based on factual judgment. And so there has to be effective separation of the factual judgment from the legal judgment. And based on this, the factual judgment should be carried out by the investigators who have the professional capacity. In the past, everything was done by the prosecution, but now we have the diversification of investigative rights, and so accordingly, we need a new governance structure. So then, what is needed at this point is the specialization of the investigative bodies and organizations. So now there has to be detailed segregation or division of in terms of determining the areas that one would investigate based on one's expertise. So we need the specialization of the investigative bodies and agencies. Right now, we have the special judicial police, but this system is not working that well. And so I do believe that what we need is to further sophisticate the investigative system and bodies. Of course, we will have to think deeper into how we are going to have these different investigative bodies be in charge of different fields, but professionalism and specialization is indeed needed. And also at the same time, we have to foster the investigators with expertise in particular fields. And also, there has to be ways to strengthen the autonomy of the citizens in the criminal justice system. So, in the criminal justice process, the citizens' autonomy has to be strengthened. For example, we can establish a police committee at the city and provincial level and have the citizens participate, or we can have the chief prosecutor being directly elected by the people. And also, there might be a need to reform and revise the constitution. And we also have to look at the criminal justice ecosystem and make sure that there is a balance of micropower. Now, we can see that not only the suspects and the defendants, but also the victims, their procedural rights and also their self-defense rights have to be ensured. And so I think that the public defender system should be extended to the victims as well. We also have to innovate and reform the culture of the criminal justice organizations. And also we have to get rid of the legal professions being granted preferential treatment for their past positions that they had held. And also, I think that there might be a need to have the cost for the criminal justice system to be in the public realm. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Yes, thank you very much. We just heard a presentation by Professor Lee Woo-gun, and he talked about the achievements and challenges in the reform of authority.
Let us go on to the second presentation of the day. This will be by Executive Director Yoo Han-bum of Transparency International Korea, titled Anti-Corruption: Realization of a Society that Upholds Integrity. Pleased to meet you. As have been introduced, I am Yoo Han-bum, Executive Director of Transparency International Korea. My title today is Anti-Corruption: Realization of a Society that Upholds Integrity. I will be speaking for about 20 minutes. I will be speaking in the following order. I will be covering item number 2 on the national agenda related to anti-corruption. And in the 19th presidential election, we have had anti-corruption policy requests by civic society. Let's take a look at what kind of requests were made. Then let's take a look at the advancement of the item number 2 on the agenda. Let's also take a look at the effect of this agenda item, as well as some implications and tasks for the future. So agenda item number 2 was related to anti-corruption. As you're well aware, during the Park Geun-hye administration, there was the Park Geun-hye Chae-sun-sil gate, and it was a corruption scandal. And so the president was impeached, and a new government was launched. And so one of the most important item on the national agenda was anti-corruption and to create a new Korea. That was one of the most important items on the national agenda. We had to make sure that the public could not use corruption to create personal interest for themselves. And so correcting that abnormality was the most important item on the national agenda for the future development of Korea. The current government was launched in 2017, and when announcing 100 items on the national agenda, number 2 was anti-corruption and civil rights. And if we take a look at the contents, they established a system for anti-corruption. First, there was the anti-corruption consultative body that was established by the Nomuyan administration, but that was discontinued, was reinstated. And the Korea Corruption and Civil Rights Commission actually separated the anti-corruption function as the Korea Independent Commission Against Corruption. That was one of the items for this agenda item. And the introduction of whistleblower protection as well as the People's Litigation System was also mentioned. There was also the stronger punishment for the 5 major crimes of corruption, as well as coming up with a public-private partnership to establish a transparent Korea, and another commission to introduce the public interest into the government agenda through participatory democracy. And one of the goals, quantitative goals, was to make it into the top 20 in terms of CPI. We wanted to have a holistic approach to anti-corruption by establishing relevant laws, and so this comprehensive approach would also include a consultative body. Anti-corruption would not be pursued by the government alone, but it would be pursued by various stakeholders. And 2 principles were kept in sight in order to continue this approach. For your reference, during the 2017 presidential election, there were 12 policy tasks suggested by the civic society. The Citizens Coalition for Economic Justice, People's Solidarity for Participatory Democracy, Transparency International Korea, and 2 other organizations have conducted anti-corruption campaigns together for about 20 years. And so we actually got together to announce the 12 major policy tasks for anti-corruption, and this suggestion was introduced to all of the candidates. The first one was that the new president should announce his or her determination for anti-corruption. Second, that we need to reinstate the anti-corruption consultative body. Third, a dedicated organization for anti-corruption needs to be independent under the president, and we need the Corruption Investigation Office for high-ranking officials. We also need to reinstate a cooperative partnership for the citizen audit, corporate inspection, and sustainable anti-corruption culture. We also needed to expand the accounting reviews and civic audits. We also need to disclose the minutes of the meetings by the Blue House Cabinet and the State's Affairs Committee. We need to have a system to protect whistleblowers. We also need to strengthen anti-corruption education within society and schools so that we could have integrity education infrastructure. We also need to establish a legal foundation for the separation of economy and politics. We also need to strengthen punishment for those who participate in abnormal practices, and we also need to establish the Conflict of Interest Act. Of course, the civic groups that participated in these suggestions did not take a look at how much of these suggestions were achieved, but there is a consensus that much of these suggestions were put into action. But there are aspects, for example, moving the audit function into the National Assembly that has not been executed yet. And so later on, we will take a look at these 12 suggestions and take a look at how much of it is executed, and then we will come up with a new list of suggestions for the next government. So let's take a look at how much of an advancement we have actually seen through this government. The current government has various conflicting evaluations on anti-corruption, but because the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission is the main government body, I will take a look at the information from the commission to base my evaluations on. First, establishing a cross-governmental anti-corruption system. Let's take a look at this factor. Efforts have been made to create a comprehensive anti-corruption organization. There was a separation of the administrative trial function, and also there was an effort to strengthen the investigation function so that the Anti-Corruption Civil Rights Commission could have investigation rights. The law was tabled for the 20th National Assembly. It was not passed. And so there were much efforts to strengthen anti-corruption functions, but laws were not enacted to separate the administrative trial function and also to have a legal foundation for the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission. We also have established a strong anti-corruption reform momentum, and in September of 2017, a presidential body was organized with the participation of various relevant ministries. And consultation continues to today. We also have seen the establishment and execution of an anti-corruption roadmap for the public sector and the private sector. In 2018, the 5-year anti-corruption comprehensive plan was declared and put into place. The laws related to the actions of public officials was reformed, and there was also the corruption related to hiring at public organizations, and so there was reforms to improve the hiring and recruiting procedures of public organizations. And in order to make sure that we eliminate corruption within the everyday lives of the people, we have come up with a consultative body to decide on 9 tasks to eliminate corruption in our everyday lives, including indigenous corruption, bribery, and deep-rooted evils. We are also working on the Whistleblowers Protection Act. When this government was launched, we talked about how we need to have specific laws to protect whistleblowers. There were 279 laws to protect whistleblowers, but as of April of 2021, the number was expanded to 471. And if the whistleblowers would report under their own name, we also introduced a system where whistleblowers could report under an alias. And we have had reforms on the laws to compensate and protect whistleblowers. There was a law tabled for people's litigation, but the law has not been passed yet. Concerning the 5 major corruption crimes, there were much efforts that were made. Bribery, acceptance of bribery for mediation, acceptance of bribery through goods office, and breach of trust and embezzlement are the 5 major corruption crimes that have strong punishment. And for politicians, entrepreneurs, public officials, they are not open for presidential pardons. We are also in the process of establishing a public-private consultative council for a transparent society. A monitoring group was launched in March of 2018, And this organization is created to facilitate the active participation of the people in anti-corruption policies. So it's not just about the leaders of our society deciding the measures, but we have 30 representatives from all corners of our society participating in this group to work on major anti-corruption issues. When we came up with the 5-year comprehensive anti-corruption plan, we had the participation of the Public-Private Consultative Council for Transparent Society join in for coming up with the plan. We are also working on establishing a citizen public interest committee to strengthen the public interest and transparency of public organizations. I don't believe that the results are tangible yet. As you're well aware, the Conflict of Interest Act was passed in April of this year, and so this actually prohibits the pursuit of private interest while conducting work by public officials so that we can actually win the trust of the people for the public offices. As you're well aware, this law was a part of the Kim Young-nan Act, and so it was a part of that act from 2011, but this part was missing from the act, and so this part was added as a separate law under the name of the Conflict of Interest Law. As you're well aware, the bill was tabled for a long time, but the LH incident actually became a turning point for this law to be passed by the National Assembly. This law includes parts of whistleblowing, as well as the prohibition to utilize various confidential information acquired in office. And so we're not striving to become a society that does not give or take bribes, but we are looking to eliminate all sorts of corruption. Most of the corruption in Korea are elite cartel-styled corruption. And so it is about using corruption through this elite cartel rather than giving and taking bribes. And so we have a law that covers a wider portfolio of acts of corruption. This includes all aspects, including conflict of interest. And so this is the institutionalization of eliminating the type of corruption that have always existed within our society. And so we need to make sure that the Kim Young-nan Act and the Conflict of Interest Act takes root within our society. And thanks to these efforts, we have seen the following results. According to the CPI announced by Transparency International each year, here you can see the change in the score for Korea. As you can see in the graph, in 2017, we were ranked 52 out of about 180 countries. But with the inauguration of the Moon Jae-in administration, you can see the ranking going up to 51, 45, 39, and 33. And you can see that we have achieved the highest ever score of 61 out of 100. If you take a look at this chart, you can see that in 2008 and 2009, we were at number 39. But during the last 10 years, the scores have either stagnated or fallen. But with the inauguration of the Moon Jae-in administration, thanks to various anti-corruption policies, we have been able to climb 19 ranks to achieve number 33. And if we take a look at the percentage of people who believe that Korea has become more transparent, That percentage is 43% compared to the 26% of 2017. And this is a question addressed to the people of Korea. Transparency International will ask the people of a specific country called Corruption Barometer to ask them if they feel like their country has become more transparent. And you can see that the percentage of people who believe that they need to provide money or goods to public officials has dropped. And you can see that the percentage of people who experience corruption has fallen to 0.4%. Concerning whistleblower protection, you can see that the number of protection cases has gone up, and compensation for the whistleblowers has also increased. Last, I would like to provide you with some implications and some tasks ahead. As you have seen, the government has made great efforts for anti-corruption, and there has been enhanced interest of the people of Korea for a transparent public society. And so we can see that transparency has increased by quite a significant amount in the last 4 years. The reorganization of the Anti-Corruption and Civic Rights Commission, the People's Litigation System, as well as various legislative efforts have not been as fast as we would like to have seen it because the enactment of the relevant laws did not happen very quickly. As we have seen in the Conflict of Interest Act, we can see that laws are usually passed when there is a big incident like the LH incident. And so we would need a proactive stance of the political circle in order to pursue anti-corruption efforts. We need to also make sure that the anti-corruption policies are expanded from the public sector into the private sector across the society. In order to do this, we will need to have a voluntary anti-corruption campaign, as well as the expansion of the anti-corruption campaign and culture through public-private partnership led by the private sector. It seems that I have 40 more seconds, and so let me use those 40 seconds. Personally, what I would like to see is, I'm sure that you remember this, all governments, when they are first inaugurated, then they start with a strong determination to build a strong nation through anti-corruption. But without exception, when we go towards the end of their term, each government is then full of various corruption scandals related to those who are close to those in power. And so we have always seen this without exception. It seems that the term for the current government is about 10 months in remaining. The presidential election is just 8 months away. We have yet to see decisive corruption scandals within this government, but I hope that you will be able to tighten your reins and make sure that we continue to finish strong in terms of anti-corruption efforts. And I look forward to the first Korean government without any corruption scandals being born through this government. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Executive Director Yoo Han-bum. Your presentation on anti-corruption and realization of society and that upholds integrity was presented.
Let's go on to the last presentation, which will be given by Dr. Kim Yoon-jung, team leader of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. She will talk about the promotion of fair economy and democratization of the market. Please greet her with a big hand. Yes, good morning. I am Kim Yoon-jung from the Korean Institute from the Korea Legislation Research Institute. I'm also the member of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning. Now, when I was first placed into the PCPP, I thought about why, as an expert of competition law, was I placed in here. But I thought that competition can help promote sustainable development, and I realized that was why I was asked to join the PCPP. Today, I will be talking about promotion of the fair economy and democratization of the market. Now, in every government, I think that fair competition has always been emphasized, but during the Moon Jae-in administration, there has been much accomplishments in terms of reforming the law and also implementing new institutions. So I have prepared my presentation as follows, and let's take a look first at the inclusive growth and fair economy. So first, I think we have to take a look at a fair economic order. According to the Fair Trade Act, Article 1, fairness is about being fair and right without being biased to any side. And also, the prevention of concentration of economic power, regulating abuse of market-dominant positions, and regulating unfair trade practices are emphasized. Now, when we talk about competition, we talk about horizontal relations, and transaction talks about vertical relationships. And we need fairness in all of these relations. And also, inclusive growth has a close relationship with fair economy, because in a fair economy, inclusive growth can be realized by having benefits provided to more people in our society. In a vertical relationship, we can eradicate the abuse of power and higher status. And also, the economic actors can have the belief and trust that if they work harder, then they can win greater benefits. So this serves as an incentive for greater activities carried out by the participants of the economy. And so that becomes the foundation for an inclusive growth. So more specifically, let's take a look at, first of all, the prevention of economic concentration and also restoration of democracy of the market. Now, when we talk about concentration, we talk about the market concentration, general concentration, and possession concentration. We usually talk about the concentration in terms of the general concentration and the possession concentration. So general concentration talk is about certain companies or certain corporate groups accounting for more of the overall resources of the nation's economy. And possession concentration talks about certain individuals or family members possessing a great percentage of economic resources. A good case in point in Korea would be the conglomerates. So here, this is a graph of the increase of the number of affiliates of the major business groups. And this is the data from KDI. And so this shows the contribution of the resource distribution efficiency of the independent corporations compared to those of the corporate group. So you can see that the dotted line is lower than the straight line before 2010. Well, people ask, is Korea the only country that is actually regulating the conglomerates? But we can see this in Japan and also in Israel as well. So in the case of Japan, we can see that there are regulations as seen on the screen. This is the Monopoly Prohibition Act. And this is viewed to be a quite meaningful stipulation, Article 9. Due to economic concentration, the overall gap in terms of general business capabilities have widened, and therefore, this regulation is needed to prevent such economic concentration. In the case of Israel in 2012, the large corporations were dissolved, and the legal basis for this was that the large corporation groups, well, they have large bargaining power, and so they can actually influence the institution situation to become more beneficial towards their side. And that's why Israel had called for the dissolution or breakdown of these large business groups. In the US, there was the antitrust law, which started with the concern over concentration in economic power. And also, Article 7 of the Clayton Law of 1950 was reformed so that the small numbers of corporations having dominant positions in the economic order or in the economy can be eradicated so that the damage to democratic systems and institutions can be prevented. Now, there was a reform and revision of the Fair Trade Act, but today I'm going to look and focus at the more in the institutional reforms. First of all, if you look at the reform of the FTC, Fair Trade Act, you can see that the required equity ratio for the subsidiaries and the second-tier subsidiaries have been increased. And also, there has been limitations placed on the voting rights of financial companies or companies in the insurance business. And this has led to greater accountability. Also, another issue that is closely connected to the concentration of economic power is the undue benefits enjoyed by conglomerates. So this is actually regulations similar to the prohibition regulation for unlawful support. So this actually is to regulate support that can be given to certain individuals or groups for succession of power within the corporations. But actually, it was very difficult to regulate this and prove the unlawfulness. And so there was a revision to this. And so the regulation now focused on the concentration of economic power. And this prohibits the undue benefits to related parties. Now, these are still quite similar with unlawful support, the unlawful support prevention regulation. So, for example, if you inherit a company, then that would lead a lot of inheritance tax. And so, but on the other hand, if you inherit a company that is not listed, but is not that large in scale, then you would not pay a lot of inheritance tax. And so you would inherit this small company, and then after that there would be intra-group trading, which would lead to this new company growing without the successor or the one who has inherited the company not having to pay a lot of tax. So new regulations have been put into place to prevent this. And also, there is regulations to prevent the cross-ownership of affiliates so that the large corporations and related parties cannot hold ownership of the companies without putting in a lot of capital investment. So this is another strong regulation against the large corporations. In the case of Japan also, we can see that there were these irregular practices that hurt the SMEs enter into the market. And in Korea also, you can see that within corporations of Korea, you can see that a number of affiliates were given to the sons and daughters of the leaders of the conglomerates, the owner families. And the companies run by the sons and daughters would receive a lot of work from these large corporations. So this type of undue benefits are prevented through the revision. The existing regulation actually to prevent the undue benefits enjoyed by the conglomerates was first put into place during the time of the Park Geun-hye administration. But actually, if you look at the percentage of the required equity ratio, it has been increased. And in the past, actually, the related persons, in the case of listed companies, 30%, and non-listed companies, 20% or more of shares held by an affiliate can be subject to this regulation. But there was a revision of this, and there was some change so that there can be stronger regulations. And also, we can see that in the past, there was no way to actually take away the undue benefits that was enjoyed by the conglomerates. But actually, the affiliate companies can be subject to a lawsuit with the change of the law, which is known as a multi-representative litigation system. Next, I would like to talk about the subcontractor and the contractor relationship. I think that everyone knows a lot about these incidents. It's a really well-known unfair practice in the Korean economy. But actually, not only the subcontractor and the contractor relationship, but also transactions that hurt fairness and fair competition exist. Now, if we look at the unfairness in the transaction contents, we can see that there is abuse of advantageous or superior status involved. So, when there is a transaction and there is abuse of power or status, then this is actually an act of actually exploiting the economic weak, and it hurts the self-development of the party involved in the transaction, and it undermines the basis for fair trade. But actually, this was further developed with a special act, and so there is a Subcontractor Act, a Franchise Business Act, Large-Scale Distribution Act, and an Agency Act under the Subcontractor Relationship Act. And also, the Online Platform Act actually has been submitted to the National Assembly, but it's not been officially passed, and so I just noted down these 4 acts. But here you can see that there are similar phrases that is to ensure that the companies, the entities are at an equal footing, and that they are mutually beneficial and complementary so that there can be balanced development enjoyed. Right now, you can see that the entities, in terms of the subcontractors and the contractors, they are not on an equal footing, but rather the contractors are exploiting the more economically weak subcontractors. So these new laws have been implemented, as can be seen here. And if you look at the Large Distribution Business Act, this is about the hypermarkets and also the stores that are within the hypermarkets, or the online businesses, for example, Coupang, actually falls under this law. And also the Namyeong Dairy Company scandal contributed to the establishment of this law. In terms of the Subcontractor Act, there has been many reforms, but for example, the payment to subcontractors were promoted, and also unjust interference into management was prohibited, and also the unit price of the parts by SMEs have been ensured to receive a fair price, and also there is a penalty point system that has been revised so that if the damage relief is carried out, then the penalty points can be decreased. And also there was a revision to the fines. Now, also there has been revision to help those who are starting businesses. For example, to provide them with more accurate startup-related information. And especially in terms of the franchise business, there has been a voluntary rule that has been approved and implemented. In the past, there were some unfair practices that the franchise stores had to bear and burden, but these have been revised through the new laws. And sometimes the franchise stores, they suffer difficulty because their business is not doing well, and they want to stop their franchise business, but they have to pay a penalty for not fulfilling their contract. So that part actually has been revised as well. The voluntary rules, well, this was approved in December of 2018, and also for example, if there is a franchise business, kimbap business, for example, there can be some supplies and, for example, chopsticks that are provided to the franchise stores, but they might be provided at an excessive price. So the unit price has to be transparently released and made public. For the subcontractor and the contractor regulation, the franchise agencies' dispute resolution and mediation function has been transferred to the city and provincial level, and we can see that the mediation has been taking place in areas such as Seoul, Incheon, Gyeonggi, and Busan. And next is the complaints and the damage relief for individuals. In the past, a lawsuit had to be raised and the complaint has to be raised through the FTC. If the FTC believes that there is no fault with the businesses, then there is nothing that the individuals could do. And so this was dealt with through the revision and implementation of new institutions. For example, there can be a lawsuit raised for damage relief, but this was difficult to do by individuals. It was difficult to prove or provide evidence of the damage that was incurred upon them. And so there was a need to rectify this. And so rather than going through the FTC, a new policy has been, or system has been put into place for direct complaints being raised by the individuals to the businesses. And also the businesses now has the duty to submit the evidence and the documentations. So the burden of proof is now placed on the businesses, and even after the implementation of this new system, it is still difficult for individuals to receive damage relief. And so, if it is difficult to be compensated for the damages, there is an additional process through the FTC to make sure that the damages are compensated. And so, this is the efforts under the Moon Jae-in administration to promote fair competition. Thank you very much. Yes, we have just heard from Dr. Kim Yoon-jung. Thank you very much. And now let us go into the panel discussion.
We will be inviting the three presenters as well as Mr. Han In-seop, the president of the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice, as the moderator. We also have with us research fellow Kim Dae-gun of the Korea Institute of Criminology and Justice, Director Lee Eun-jung of the Graduate School of East Asian Studies at Free University of Berlin, Professor Kim Jong-chul of Yonsei University, Professor Vladimir Tinofov of University of Oslo, Professor Yu Dong-min of Chungnam National University, and fellow Lee Hwa-ryung of KDI. This session will be moderated by President Han In-sup of the Korea Institute of Criminology and Justice. President Han is currently a professor at the law school of the university, Seoul National University.
자, 그러면 이제
We will now
앞으로
begin our discussion session. From 9:30 in the morning until now, we have started day 2 titled Fairness, Peace, and a Leap Forward, and we have heard 3 presentations. We have heard about the reform of authority, anti-corruption, as well as fair economy. We have listened to the 4 years and 2 months of achievement by the Moon Jae-in administration. We took a look at institutionalization legislation concerning these 3 topics. And it seems that each of us knew only our areas of expertise, but when we take a look at these 3 domains together, we have seen great achievements. Of course, there are still shortcomings, but we have been able to take leaps forward. And if we take a look at the 100 items on the national agenda, we could take a look at this list again and again, and we can see how we are on the way to achieving each item on the list. We have had 3 great presentations, and now we will be inviting 6 discussants. The available time for us is until 12 noon. I've heard that we can have until 12 noon. We need to end 12 o'clock on the dot, and possibly it would be better if we could end at 11:50. We hope that the discussants will keep this in mind. I am sure each discussant has much to say, but discussion means that we will be interacting, and so it will not just be a presentation. So we will proceed in the following manner. We will be giving 5 minutes to each of the discussants, and so I will stop you at 5 minutes. So please keep your statement to 5 minutes, and please make sure that you jump to the point. And then we will have some time available for interactions between the discussants and the speakers. So we shall proceed in that manner. We will first start with Research Fellow Kim Dae-gun of the Korea Institute of Criminology and Justice.
안녕하십니까. 방금 소개받은
Yes, as was just introduced, I am from Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice. My name is Kim Dae-gun. And reform of authority has long been a request of our civil society and is still an ongoing project. It's a bit disappointing, but I'm glad that the efforts made in the past for reform have come to fruition. Minerva's owl spreads its wings only at dusk, and I think it's time to consider the new direction for reform through careful review and reflection on the efforts and achievements so far, and to present the prospects of a democratic rule of law to ensure citizens' human rights and fundamental rights more firmly. So today, we are here for the session that looks into a fair society and the government's initiatives to reform power structures. And the presenter looked at the historical context and the justification, the need, and also the future challenges for the reform, and in quite long detail, and also talks about the republicanism-based reform. If I may summarize the presentation, it talks about how authority can be prone to corrupt, and so there is a need to keep a check on authority and not only that, he talks about how after 1987, there has been a need to reflect the changes in our society into our institutions and the criminal justice system as well. So he talks about the challenges that we have to overcome. He talks about the achievements of the reform. He talks about the historical context and the future direction for the reform. So there are many points that I would like to summarize about the presentation, but because of the time constraint, I would like to focus on the questions that I would like to raise to the speaker. Now, I think that the analysis was quite timely and appropriate, and I do agree with what was mentioned by the presenter, but in order to engage in a productive discussion, I would like to ask a number of questions to the professor. First of all, if you look at the presentation, he talks about the liberalism-based reform, and however, if you look at the discourse of liberalism-based reform, there has been a number of weaknesses, and there were some limitations to fulfill and complete the reform. And as an alternative, the republicanism-based reform has been emphasized. However, if you look at the discourse of republicanism and also the neo-republicanism discourse, we can see that the discourse of republicanism actually has not been substantially reflected or transferred into an actual institution, political institution. So also, I am curious whether the republicanism-based reform is significantly and fundamentally different from the liberalism-based reform. So I would like to ask, what is the specific aspects of the republicanism-based reform that you would like to emphasize? At number two, I agree with what was mentioned about the separation of the factual judgment and the legal judgment and the new government that was mentioned. I think that this is a very persuasive direction for our society. But actually, I'm curious whether it is possible to clearly separate the factual judgment and the legal judgment. There has been a lot of talk about this, and also I do agree with the diversification, the decentralization of the investigative rights and power, but actually, when we think about the specialization of investigation, perhaps this specialization might be hurt because of too much decentralization. So I would like to ask your opinion about this. And also, the supplementary investigation supervisory right given to the Ministry of Justice can have many benefits, but at the same time, it could be a window of intervention into political affairs. So I would like to ask your opinion on this as well. And number three, now the reform of the prosecution has been at the core of the criminal justice system reform. And so the prosecution is given to the prosecutors, whereas the investigation will be carried out by the police. I understand that that is at the core of this reform. But I think that what would be the essential and basic role of the prosecution? Now, the prosecution still have some remaining rights about investigations, and also they also can help in terms of supplementing the conclusion of investigation by the police. So I think that personally there has to be a consistent principle applied to the separation of prosecution and investigation. So what is the exact role that should be taken on by the prosecution in terms of prosecution, maintaining the public prosecution, and also in terms of supervising the human rights in investigations by the police? And also, well, in the presentation, we talked about the historical context and the process of the criminal justice reform. And the recent scandals before the Moon Jae-in administration led to greater distrust for the judicial system as well. So I think that also, if you look at the military courts, there is great unfairness sometimes that can be found. So I would like to ask you also, what do you think should be the direction for the reform of the judicial branch? I think that we are at a time when we have to continuously discuss about the reform of authority, and I do hope that we engage in active discussion on this topic today. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. So I gave you only 5 minutes, and that's why I think that he was speaking very fast. I think he's out of breath, but because you have kept time, we will have more time for discussion. And next, let's go on to Dr. Lee-eun Jung from the Berlin University, the Free University of Berlin. I thought that she would join us online, but she's here in person, so thank you very much. I will give you 5 minutes and maybe plus 1 or 2 more. Thank you. Please go ahead. Yes, thank you very much. I am Ian Jung from the Free University of Berlin. I think I'm not a professional or an expert to talk about the reform authority because my major is not law. But I have seen how the authority was reformed in Germany as Germany was unified. And I think that because of my experience of seeing what happened in Germany, I was invited. So I think that as a non-expert and a person without expertise in the legal profession, still I can provide a fresh perspective, and that is why I have been invited. So, time is flying. One thing I would like to mention is that including the presentation, but if you look at the reform of the authority ongoing in Korea, what I felt was that every authority and power is prone to corruption. Not only absolute power, but all power and authority is prone to corruption. And that is why there has to be continuous checks placed on authority, and reform is needed. So when we talk about the process of reform, I think that we seem to focus only on the institutions. However, we need continuous checks on authority and power, but it's not just about checks on the institutions. So today it has been emphasized on numerous occasions how the rule of law has turned into the rule of man. But if we focus only on the institutions, but sometimes we neglect the important part of focusing on the people aspect. So we have to keep that in mind. And also, when we talk about reform, we have to focus on the limitations of meritocracy. So those who have passed an exam has been placed in positions of power and authority. So then what is the level of justification for such authority, and how are we going to verify the level of justification of authority? I think that this is something that is being discussed throughout the world. In Germany, those who have been elected into positions of authority, well, the justification for such authority, I think, is discussed in the perspective of the politicization of the judicialization of politics. And so it's a little different, it's a little bit of a different perspective from what is emphasized here in Korea. But I think that with the judicialization of politics, the need for verifying the expertise of the legal profession is being recognized. So in the Constitution Court of Germany, well, all issues, including reforming family structures, are being reviewed by the judges in the Constitution Court. And so there has been an issue raised about how are we going to verify the expertise of the judges in the Constitutional Court. And also, the participation of citizens in the criminal justice system, I think this can be viewed in a positive light. But if you're going to directly elect the chief prosecutor and have the citizens participate in that way, then how are you going to ensure the expertise or the specialization. So this becomes a very complicated matter. The people who are participating, the qualification of them, of the participants, and also the expertise of the participants, there has to be another institution to verify that. So once you have a certain system or an institution in place, you have to continuously supplement it with new measures or new plans. We are talking about reform, and I think that we tend to think that reform ends with a single reform. But actually, after we conclude a reform, that is actually the preparatory stage for another reform. And so in that sense, I think that once the reform that is ongoing is concluded, still, we have to continuously make efforts for improvements. And these improvements have to go on and continue. So I think that that is the type of reform that we need. I apologize for speaking so fast. Yes, thank you very much.
Next, we would like to invite Professor Kim Jong-chul of Yonsei University Law School. As I've been introduced, I'm Kim Jong-chul of Yonsei University. Well, the moderator is pressuring us to keep within the time constraint, and so I will jump right into my contents. Executive Director Yu spoke under the title of Anti-Corruption Realization of a Society that Upholds Integrity. He gave us a very objective view of the achievements of the Moon Jae-in administration. I agree with his statements, and I would just like to add to his presentations, and if needed, add some questions. What I would like to emphasize is that anti-corruption and a society that upholds integrity is indeed very important based on our Constitution. And so I would like to approach this issue from this perspective. And I believe that in evaluating the anti-corruption policies of the Moon Jae-in administration, we should have a comprehensive view. I thought that I would be able to share my slides, but please refer to page 221 of the proceedings, and I have provided you with an overall flow. And the core of this is that the domestic and international environment is changing very quickly, and there is the request for decentralization and participatory democracy with the participation of the people. The Moon Jae-in administration has a 5-year term, and so in the 5 years, we cannot achieve all of these items on the agenda. But ultimately, we need to come up with a democratic society based on our Constitution. And so in order to do that, we need good governance. And to put it narrowly, this would be to deal with corruption, to make sure that there is no taking and giving of bribery. But we should not stop at that narrow definition. We need to expand that goal to create a good society, a good nation with good governance. And so how do we achieve this larger goal? So anti-corruption is not solely about stopping specific people from becoming involved in corruption. We need to expand the meaning and make sure that the government proactively deals with achieving good governance. And so we need to make sure that we have a comprehensive approach to anti-corruption and a society upholding integrity. That is what I would like to emphasize. So, our concept of corruption should be expanded to creating a good society. And we should not be passive in our administration. Being passive may get rid of certain types of corruption, but it may not encourage good behavior, that goes beyond stopping corruption. And if we take a look at the structure of our national agenda, there are 5 large sections that is made up of 100 items and about 400 tasks under those items. And number 2 out of the 100 items is related to anti-corruption. And within this structure, we can see that anti-corruption should have a comprehensive approach from a macro perspective. That is something that I would like to emphasize. Well, I can see time is passing by. If we take a look at the evaluation of the civic society presented by the speaker, we can see that there were many requests made by the civic society, and much of it was executed by the Moon Jae-in administration. I would like to emphasize that civic society should have a more in-depth understanding of a democratic republic. So we should not overly emphasize anti-corruption for the president. Of course, we did need anti-corruption measures, and the president surely conducted various anti-corruption measures. Of course, we need to do this. But if we overly emphasize anti-corruption, then that may actually lead to the voluntary activities for anti-corruption in the grassroots, and if we overly emphasize anti-corruption for the president, then we may actually only have top-down efforts. So this is something that I would like to emphasize at this point in time. I would also like to add that discussions related to the transfer of the Board of Audit and Inspection to the National Assembly, and I think discussion is much needed concerning this. This is linked with the constitutional revision, and the Board of Audit and Inspection should be made independent by transferring it to the National Assembly, but the relevant laws were not passed by the National Assembly. I think we need much discussion on this issue. Concerning the evaluations of the progress thus far, I agree with the presenter. I believe that the adoption of the Conflict of Interest Act is quite admirable. But I would like to mention that on March 23rd of 2021, before the passing of the Conflict of Interest Act, there was the enactment of the Basic Law for Public Administration. This is a law that will support the Conflict of Interest Act, and there are many systems that can supplement the Conflict of Interest Act through the Basic Act of Public Administration. And I believe that that was a very important piece of legislation. I have one more slide left, but because I used up all my time, I will stop here. And if I am given another opportunity, maybe I can mention this slide. Thank you. Thank you very much. Due to the time constraint, I will not summarize your statement. Next, we will invite Professor Vladimir Tikhonov of the University of Oslo. We had originally thought that he would participate online, but he is here with us in person. Professor Tikhonov, your statement, please. Thank you very much. Just like Professor Lee has mentioned, I am not a law expert, I am a historian, and so despite my limitations, I would like to speak from the perspective of a layman. As we have heard, internationally we have recognized that Korea's transparency was enhanced, and just like Executive Director Yu has mentioned, the Transparency International ranking fell to number 52 in 2016, but we have rose to number 33. But we have to take a look at what number 33 means. If we take a look at the per capita purchase power, Korea is ranked at number 36. And so the transparency ranking of 33 and the per capita purchase power of 36 is quite similar, and our transparency ranking is similar to the Spain, Portugal, and the US. But if we compare ourselves to Japan, we can see that Japan's ranking is 19. And if we take a look at the highly transparent societies of Asia, for example, Singapore is at number 3 and Hong Kong is at number 11. So number 33, of course, it's a great achievement, but it still means that we have a far way to go. Especially if we compare ourselves to Japan, we need to remember that Japan has a single ruling party, and in Korea, we have a very stable bipartisan society. And so on textbook says that being bipartisan is very important in transparency. And so that fact alone shows that Korea's ranking should be higher than Japan, but Japan's ranking is much higher. And if we take a look at the evaluations of Transparency International, they actually reflect the scores of about a dozen organizations. And there are 2 organizations that gave Korea very low scores. One is Political and Economical Risk Consultancy and Economist Intelligence Unit. PREC concentrates on management activities. EUI focuses on swindling by public officials. And so those are the 2 areas where Korea has lower scores. So we can see that corporate activities and the public officials, they still have close ties, and that is still quite severe in the Korean society. Executive Director Yu, if you could elaborate on this topic, I think that would be very helpful. Executive Director Yu talked about the Conflict of Interest Act. Well, this law was tabled at the National Assembly. It was pending for a very long time. It was passed with the LA speculation incident. This act actually covers about 2 million public officials, and if we take a look at their family members, it covers about 5 to 6 million. That's 1/10 of the total population of Korea. So I would like to ask, since this law actually covers so many people, is it possible to register all of them as stakeholders? And what if they actually have transactions in the name of third parties? Is it systematically controllable? And also, I would like to talk about scandals. Well, corruption is not just a scandal, but it's very structural. Executive Director Yu made a very important point. Korea's speculations and scandals are elite scandals, elite group scandals. The bureaucrats, they actually have to go through the high-level exam for government officials. People usually study for this exam for 3 to 4 years, and so they actually want to be compensated for their efforts. So how are we going to compensate them as a society? I believe that we need to break the closed loop within the bureaucratic society and democratize the society in order to make sure that those who pass the high-level exam for government officials do not monopolize all of the power in the public sector. That will be very important for anti-corruption. I would like to ask Executive Director Yu how this would be possible. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And next, I would like to invite from Chungnam National University, Professor Ryu Dong-min. Yes, thank you. My name is Ryu Dong-min, and I would like to comment on Professor Kim Yoon-jung's presentation about the fair economy. It was a very informative presentation, and I am not also an expert in this field. And because there are other discussants, I would also like to talk about the issues that I think is important in terms of fair economy and provide you with the larger picture. So democratization of the market, that was part of the title of the presentation. And basically, I think that market and democracy are two separate things or two independent things. So democratizing the market, I think that if you look at the rule of the game of the market, ensuring that the rule of the game is fair, guaranteeing the fairness, that would be the democratization of the market. And in the past, we talked a lot about the democratization of economy here in Korea. And I think that that is separate from, in many cases, the market, and based on my understanding. We talk a lot, and this was mentioned in the presentation as well, the inclusive growth. And there is an economist in the US, Acemoglu, and if you look at what he wrote about inclusive economic institutions, he emphasizes that private property is ensured, that individuals will exert creativity and work hard only when private property is guaranteed. And it says that that is when inclusive economic institutions function well. Protecting the private property and democratization of the market and trying to make the market more fair through this. Well, I think that there can be contradictions based on the situations. For example, there can be distortion in the market. If you look at the past administrations, I think that all administrations talked about the democratization of the economy and regulating the conglomerates. But as you near the end of the administration's term, you can see that there are many problems raised, for example, the distortion of the economy, but at the same time, economic growth has to be promoted. And so a lot of these issues are not resolved and continues to repeat themselves in our economy. So I think that when we talk about fair competition, we have to look at it from a larger perspective, whether it's the democratization of the economy. I think that we have to look at this from a more general perspective. And if we look at the recent situation, I think that this has been dealt with a lot in the media. The young people in their 20s and 30s are quite sensitive about fairness. And also those with vested interests. The concept of fairness among the older generation with vested interests may be different from the concept of fairness in the minds of the young people. So this is my view. We talk about inclusive growth, but if you look at the individual economic agents, especially the young people, they seem to believe that there are some sectors that can be included in the inclusive growth. And then there are other sectors that are excluded from inclusive growth. And so the young people, they want to enter into the sector that can enjoy inclusive growth. And that seems like a major goal for these young people. And so there are some people who make it into the inclusive growth sectors and those who cannot. And I think that the young people are very sensitive and shows interest in entering into the sectors included in inclusive growth. And also, I said that democratization of the market, in my view, is about ensuring that the game of the rule is ensured in a fair manner. But I think that right now, there is only a focus on the fair rules within the sectors that are included in the inclusive growth only. For example, as you know, with the launch of the Moon Jae-in administration, the non-regular workers, they were given regular job positions. And those who have been given regular positions, even after that switch, still within the companies, these people, they see discrimination. And I think that some people still are dissatisfied about their status, even after they were given a regular worker status. So I think that when we talk about fairness, we have to have a wider perspective and talk about it from a wider and general perspective. Thank you. Yes, have you finished? Yes, thank you very much. So next, I would like to invite Dr. Lee Hwa-ryung, who is a fellow at KDI. Yes, thank you very much. My name is Lee Hwa-ryung from KDI. And Dr. Kim Yoon-jung, she gave a presentation about the policy movements for building a fair society. And she talked about how there are many regulations that have been implemented. For example, those that can block the conglomerates for enjoying undue benefits, for example, and the changes to the required equity shares of the companies. But I think that there are still a lot of policy tasks that have to be dealt with. So let me talk about that. When it comes to inclusive growth, I think that the role of the FTC is expanding. So there has to be a change in the policy execution system accordingly. And also, there are some policy tasks that have to be dealt with as we're seeing the digital economy and the platform economy growing. But when it comes to concentration, well, we can talk about the market concentration, general concentration, and possession concentration. The market concentration is about the core duties of the authorities dealing with competition. But in the presentation, it was mentioned that the general concentration and the possession concentration also drops or leads to decline in the efficiency of the resource distribution. And so it also hurts the dynamics of the economy and can lead to damages of worsening market concentration as well. So the general concentration and also the possession concentration should also be included as being regulated by the fair trade policies. And also, if you look at other countries and the US and Europe, for example, there are new institutions, for example, the Antitrust Subcommittee of the US Congress, that is focusing on the digital economy and the digital market and how there can be a distortion of the economic freedom and the political freedom of individuals. And also, there was a suggestion for platform regulations. Also, in Korea, well, we have been focusing our attention on regulating only the traditional conglomerates, but I think that we have to expand our focus to include regulations for digital conglomerates as well. And as it was mentioned in the presentation of Dr. Kim, well, the fair trade policies have been revised to strengthen the regulation of transactions and relations between the subcontractors and the contractors. And also there has been efforts to enhance the negotiation and negotiating power of the SMEs, for example. However, with the FTC playing a greater role, it might be very important or difficult actually for the FTC to play existing duties in an efficient and effective manner as the range of the duties continue to grow. So this might actually compromise the function of the SDC to ensure fair competition. And so I think that there has to be collaboration between the FTC, the Korea Fair Trade Mediation Agency, and the KCA. And last but not least, also the unfair transactions and the platform business is something that is receiving a lot of attention these days with the rise of the digital economy. So with the existing competition rules and regulations, it will be difficult to tackle the unfair transactions in the platform economy and the digital economy. And therefore, I think that the FTC should come up with new laws that can deal with the online platform transactions. And I think that continuous interest has to be shed to improve the regulations in this area as well. Thank you very much. So thank you.
짧은 시간
We only had a short amount of time, but 6 discussants have used 5 minutes each to effectively utilize the time available. I am sure that you had much more to share with us. We will go back to our 3 presenters, and we would like to ask them to comment for about 3 minutes each. We will go to Professor Lee Gu-won first.
Yes, let me reply. In terms of the republicanism, I think that already our society has taken a turn towards republicanism. There's a lot of interest in the public issues, and also in terms of the abuse of power, the citizens are very overly sensitive, and it has become a society where nobody can be free from the checks of the citizens when it comes to wrongdoing. So I think that we have grown and become more sophisticated in this sense, going towards republicanism, but I think that we need to further develop and advance this trend. Now, I do agree with separating the investigation with prosecution in a very consistent manner. I think that, however, we need time for the next 10 to 15 years. I think that we will be in a transition phase. So we need patience, and I did not have time to talk about the past scandal involving the previous president, but the judicial branch, I understand, has loosened trust among the people. In order to recover the trust for the judicial system, well, I think that there has to be self-efforts from the judicial side. Dr. Lee asked about meritocracy and commented on that. I fully agree with what she said. Now, in a free democratic society, there are people who have been elected into the positions that hold authority. But I do believe that the people will want to verify their qualifications, and I don't think that the citizens would agree to give them the ultimate decision-making rights. And so I think that even those in the middle range authoritative positions, well, they have to be involved, and also the citizens have to be involved. So there has to be participation of different people. But depending on the sectors and the fields, I think we have to think about what is a right system that is required. In terms of the judicialization of politics, I think that after World War II, under the influence of the U.S., many countries have pursued reform, including Germany and Korea as well. I think that we are at a position where it's difficult to simply mimic what exists in other countries, including the U.S. And so I think that Germany, likewise, Korea, we have to engage in creative measures, implement creative measures, and find what is right for our societies and our institutions. So I think that we should focus on developing what we already have, and I think that that would be sufficient. Yes, thank you very much. So let's go on to Mr. Yu.
Well, Professor Kim Jong-chul did not ask questions, but rather he stated his opinions. In particular, concerning anti-corruption and creating a society that upholds integrity, he mentioned that it should be viewed from a macro perspective. And concerning the request of the civic society, the execution should not be overly centered on the president, but rather it should have a broader understanding of a democratic republic. And so I agree with your statement, and I will try to reflect your opinions in my work. Professor Tikhonov talked about 4 points. And first, compared to Japan, the Korean situation is a bipartisan system which enables the change of government, which should translate into a positive impact on transparency. But our ranking is still lower than Japan. I agree with your statement. Well, in particular, Koreans don't like to lose to Japan, and so we need to raise awareness on the fact that we are falling behind Japan in terms of our CPI index. And as you have mentioned, the evaluation of TI collects the scores from about a dozen organizations. And so they actually collect 13 different indexes, and 10 of those scores are reflected for Korea's CPI, and our scores from PERC and EIU are relatively lower. These scores are related to management activities and the relationship between politicians and the business. The late Chairman Lee Gun-hee of Samsung, he had once stated that the business is world-class, but politics is second-rate and public officials are third-rate. I don't know about the actual performance, but in terms of transparency, the government officials in Korea are not given very high evaluations. I believe that in terms of anti-corruption and transparency, the businesses need to be more focused on these aspects. This requires the voluntary activities of the businesses as well as cooperation. ESG management is currently in the limelight, and so ESG stands for environment, social, and governance. And so governance is related to transparency. And so that's because of the ESG management movement, more companies are becoming interested in governance. And so we look forward to businesses taking a leap forward in terms of their governance and transparency. Concerning the conflict of interest law, you mentioned that it covers 2 million people, up to 5 to 6 million people when we include family members and acquaintances. You mentioned, would it be possible to register all of them and manage all of them? Well, Conflict of Interest Act does not require the registration of all transactions, but it actually requires the registration of transactions that may actually cause conflict of interest. And so it is a law that sets the principle of making sure that there is no conflict of interest in conducting official work on the part of the government. And so I don't believe that there will be too much burden concerning the system. You also talked about how you need to make a great investment in order to become a high public official in Korea, which leads to corruption. Well, that may have been so in the past, but society is changing very quickly. Unfortunately, the most popular jobs in Korea are public officials. It's probably because of job security and pension. And so the people who have become selected as public officials, they are not willing to give up their job security in exchange for bribes. And so I don't believe that corruption will not disappear because of wanting to be compensated for their efforts that they have made. I think our society is changing, but nevertheless, we do need to continue to raise awareness and make sure that we reform the public official group. Thank you very much. Let's go to Dr. Kim Yoon-jung.
Yes. Thank you very much. I thank the two discussants, which gave me a lot of food for thought. First of all, Dr. Yoo Dong-min, well, he talked about something that is very philosophical, and He mentioned about how it is time for us to look at issues that cannot be solved through simply democratizing the market. Well, the Competition Act, like you mentioned, is about building a rule for the market and ensure that there is fairness in the market. Well, there is a saying that the reason that capitalism was maintained was because of the competition acts, the laws. So the competition rules and the regulations have served as an important function for the maintenance of capitalism. But at the same time, we have to look at this from a larger perspective, because now I do believe that the economic order of Korea has stabilized somewhat. Now, at our organization, we are working on a project regarding the law that supports the micro businesses. And we asked the owners of the micro businesses, do you want to work as a self-employed person or continue to operate a micro business? Don't you want to join a large corporation? And most of the people say no. They want to continue to work as micro workers because they, as it was mentioned, have an experience of being mistreated and also being discriminated within the large corporations in Korea. So as it was mentioned by the professor, I think that democratization within the companies is also important. And also Dr. Lee Hwa-ryung, she made some very important points, especially she mentioned about how the digital economy has grown and led to the birth of large corporations within the digital economy. And in the US, there is a package for regulating these digital companies. The Online Platform Act is now submitted to the National Assembly. I do agree that we have to swiftly pass this law. And last but not least, FTC plays a lot of different roles now, and now perhaps ensuring fairness of trade the work of the FTC to ensure this might be compromised. That was another comment that was made. So I do agree, and I think that a supplementary agency or cooperative partners have to be designated so that the FTC can work together with them to ensure fair trade. Yes, thank you very much.
시간을
Thank you very much for keeping within your time limit. I think we can afford 1 more minute to each of the discussant if you wish to speak. For the discussants who wish to add to the conversation, we will give you 1 more minute. Well, Professor Kim Jong-chul mentioned that you would like more time, so we will turn the floor to you. Thank you very much. Well, the second part of my evaluation was not mentioned because of the time constraint, so I would like to actually present that slide. I did cover the main points of this. When pursuing anti-corruption policies, there are some structural limitations. I would like to mention these structural limitations. I mentioned that we need a comprehensive approach for anti-corruption policies. Because we went through a rapid period of democratization and liberalization, we had to find solutions for various issues at the same time. So on a micro level, there are many achievements, but there is still much to achieve. I think if we just take a look at just the shortages, then we may fall into despair. And so we need to make sure that we evaluate where we are at so that we could have a more positive view about our future and future tasks. Thank you very much.
예, 우리
And
발문자 두분 선생님께서
Dr. Yeon-jung and Dr. Vladimir Tikhonov, do you have anything to say? Yes, well, I don't think I have anything else to add, but as I was summarizing, I think I hurried too much. But the reform of institutions, I mentioned that the conclusion of one reform is actually the beginning of another reform. That was what I wanted to mention.
네, 제가 뭐 붙여드리는
Well, I would like to add the following. The high-level exam for public officials is a system that other people envy because this actually is a system that provides high-quality government officials. And some people say that Korea was able to develop quickly because of this system. But in terms of corruption, this system is not always a plus. It could be a minus. I think this is a long-term task for the Korean society. So we need to go beyond the mechanical merit system. And so we will need to have alternative systems to recruit high-level public officials. Well, thank you very much. Well, I looked to the floor to see who was paying the most attention. And I could see Dr. Yoon Tae-bum in the audience paying attention. Is there anything that you would like to add, Dr. Yoon? Yes, thank you. And we had an event to collect the opinions of the people. And we asked the people, what is a fair society? And if we take a look at some opinions, fair opportunities, a society without corruption, a fair society without monopoly, a society where people do not feel frustrated, a society where the public officials show justice as a model, a society where wealth and power is not inherited by their children, a society where those with power have all of the information, a society that enables us to live together are some of the answers that people gave to the question, what is a fair society? I think all of the answers are pointing to a similar direction. During the morning, we have heard very intense presentations and discussions, and I believe there is much food for thought. We took a look at the 4 years and 2 months of the Moon Jae-in administration, and we also took a look at what we need to continue to fill in the remainder of the term. We need to decentralize power, and we need to keep power in check. We need to make sure that there's transparency for decision making, and that those should be the direction for institutional reforms. We also need to make sure that we have a system to keep each other in check. And I think from the perspective of the people, they don't feel like they were empowered to make decisions. Well, the people, they are not asking that the power is concentrated on the president or the public prosecutors. Well, we believe that what we need is to make sure that the power is with the people. And so I think we need to look back on these factors. Secondly, we talk about the elite cartel, and that is related to those who pass the high-level exam for public officials. We moved from military authority to political authority, and then when we actually kept this in check, that actually led to power that lasts for longer. Not the political power that lasts for just 4 to 5 years, but the power that lasts for a very long time, which are the bureaucrats who pass the high-level exam for public officials. So we start to focus on their power. And many of the presenters and discussants talked about this as the task at hand. And reforms sometimes will become something that falls behind if we are not careful. The Moon Jae-in administration continued their reforms throughout the last 4 years, but President Moon Jae-in actually participated in the reforms of the Nomuyon administration, and he mentioned that although the Nomuyon administration made great efforts, everything was turned upside down after the change of power, he mentioned. And the reform of the public prosecutors, it did not happen for just 4 years, but the 5 years of the Nomuyon administration with the 4 years of the Moon Jae-in administration, a total of 9 years. So our weaknesses is the fact that when there is a change of power every 4 to 5 years, then we have these vulnerabilities. And so what we need to do is to make sure that we work with a power that lasts for longer than 4 to 5 years. For example, the power of the media, the power of the businesses, and the power of those who pass the high-level exam for public officials. So the various policy programs that we have should deal with the longer lasting power, those of the conglomerates, the media, and those possessed by those who pass the high-level exam for public officials. And so, I think we need to reread the presentations and discussions, and we can experience how heavy our tasks are for the way forward. And so I do hope that you will find time to reread the presentations and discussions, underlining every important point, and I'm sure that you will have great enlightenment and realizations. Well, we are talking about fairness, and so we need to be fair with our time. And so I tried to make a fair distribution of time amongst our presenters and discussants. And so it was a very great opportunity for us to gather together as a panel. Thank you very much for participating in session 3. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of session 3. Please enjoy your lunch, and we will continue with session 4 and the roundtable discussion in the afternoon. Session 4 will begin at 1 o'clock, and we will also have an event to certify real-time participation through the online platforms. Welcome to Session 4 of Inclusive Korea 2021. This session will cover peace process on the Korean Peninsula and the peacekeeping government. The first presenter will be from the Korea Institute for National Reunification Research Fellow Kim Sang-gi. He will speak under the topic of responding to North Korea's nuclear crisis and the maintenance of peace on the Korean Peninsula. Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Kim Sang-gi of the Korea Institute for National Unification. The topic is the Moon Jae-in administration's 4-year journey. And within this journey, I would like to speak under the topic of the efforts made for peace on the Korean Peninsula. What are some of the programs, initiatives, and policies that have been placed? And I will also take a look at the US-DPRK relations and the inter-Korean relations. Then I would like to take a look at the recent situations of the inter-Korean relations and the US-DPRK relations, as well as the tasks for the future. Here you see the table of contents. We started the peace process in 2018, but let's take a look at the situation of 2017. Then let's take a look at how we were able to transform the situation into a situation of dialogue. Then let's take a look at the inter-Korean summits as well as the US-DPRK summits. Then we will take a look at the military agreement. Recently, we have had more difficult situations between the two Koreas, so let's take a look at the current inter-Korean relations and the US-DPRK relations, and also take a look at what we need to do in order to move the inter-Korean relations further in the future. First of all, in 2017, the year that the Moon Jae-in administration took office was a very different times compared to the current situation. The conflict between the US and DPRK was escalating at that time. There are a few keywords at that time. North Korea continued to strengthen their nuclear power, and they tested strategic weapons. They tested the IRBM on several occasions. They also tested Hwasong 15 and 14, which are ICBM missiles. They conducted the 6th nuclear test in September. Through this process, on November 29th of 2017, North Korea goes to declare that they have completed their nuclear program. And in response, at that time in 2017, the US implements several sanctions on North Korea through the Security Council, continuing to pressure North Korea. Not only did the US use sanctions, but they actually reviewed the option of using military forces. And so that option was reviewed by the Trump administration in 2017. And through this process, there was fear that there could be another war on the Korean Peninsula. Through this process, the role of the Moon Jae-in administration was very important. At that time, in May of 2017, the Moon Jae-in administration took office, and they continue to send a message of peace to North Korea. The Pyeongchang Winter Olympics was to be held in February the next year, and they continue to send the message to North Korea that with the participation of North Korea, they wish to create a Peace Olympics. And in June of 2017, there was the Taekwondo World Competition, and an invitation was extended to North Korea. There was the Berlin Declaration and the UN General Assembly, and on all of these occasions, the Moon Jae-in administration continued to extend their invitation to North Korea to participate in the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. And what was an important turning point was that on December 19th of 2017, President Moon Jae-in has an interview with the NBC, and he announces his promise to postpone the joint military exercises. And following that interview on January 1st of 2018, Chairman Kim Jong-un of North Korea announces his intentions to participate North Korea at the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. And the high-level talks between the two Koreas happens on January 9th, and we do have the participation of North Korean athletes and supporters at the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. So Korea plays a leading role in improving the inter-Korean relations. And what is important about the improvement of the inter-Korean relations was that it actually translated into facilitating the US-DPRK talks. We had a series of envoys. We had an envoy to North Korea on March 5th. And upon meeting Chairman Kim Jong-un, there was a promise for the Inter-Korean Summit in April, and North Korea also shows their determination for denuclearization against the backdrop of normalization of ties with the U.S. And then in March, again, the special envoy of Moon Jae-in visits the U.S., and that is when we see the announcement of the historic US-DPRK summit. On April 27th, there was the Inter-Korean Summit, and there was the Panmunjom Declaration, which includes the content of making efforts to improve the inter-Korean relations and also reduce military tension, and also to conduct efforts for denuclearization and establishment of a peace regime. The US-DPRK relations was hostile for quite a long time, and so even if the plans for a summit was announced on March 8th, the process was not easy. The relations soured in April, and so that actually led to President Trump canceling the plans for a summit. And so on May 26th, the Inter-Korean Summit happens again, and thanks to this summit, we reignite the flame for the US-DPRK summit, which leads to the June 12th US-DPRK summit, which was a first ever in history, and that leads to the Singapore joint statement. The content of this joint statement is also very important, establishing a new US-DPRK relations, establishing a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, was all promised within the Singapore joint statement. In 2017, we were talking about another war on the Korean Peninsula, but in 2018, with the Pyeongchang Olympics, we were able to kickstart a peace process, and so it was indeed a very dramatic process. And what we need to take note of is the proactive role played by Korea by improving the inter-Korean relations that actually led the way to facilitate the US-DPRK relations. And this is something that we need to make sure that we take note of, even in the current situation. As a result, the nuclear negotiations between the US and DPRK actually was in a standstill for 6 years, and so before the spring of 2018, we did not have any substantial dialogue. But thanks to the proactive role played by Korea, as well as the improved inter-Korean relations, we were able to go back to dialogue, which had been in a stalemate since 2006. And we were able to change the system from a military tension-based system to a dialogue-based system, and this is what we need to take note of in the current situation. There's another important achievement. This is the Comprehensive Military Agreement. This was signed in September of 2018 as an auxiliary to the Pyongyang Joint Statement. The 2018 Pyongyang Joint Statement is a follow-up to the Panmunjom Statement, so it is adding the details to execute the Panmunjom Statement. We will stop the military hostile relations. We will resume the Inter-Korean Military Committee, and we will also conduct projects to develop the two Koreas, mainly the Kaesong Industrial Complex and the Keungangsan Tourism Complex. And we also agreed on the dismantlement of the Dongchangli engine test platform and the missile launch platform, as well as permanent dismantlement of the Yangbyon nuclear facility. In the military area, they agreed on establishing a peaceful region between the two Koreas. Of course, all of the promises were not executed, but there were important executions. For example, the meeting of the separated families in 2018. Of course, we did see the explosion of the liaison office recently, but the liaison office was opened in 2018. The de-armament of JSA in 2018, the removal of the GP station, as well as the start of the construction to connect the railway and the roads. And so you can see that arms control was started in 2018. And thanks to the military agreement in September of 2018, that has actually supported the maintenance of peace on the Korean Peninsula without the escalation of military tension. And so those were outstanding achievements that are notable. Then we go to the recent situations. Well, as I mentioned before, ever since the Hanoi summit, despite the achievements up to the Hanoi summit, we have seen that the peace process on the Korean Peninsula has been in a stalemate. Of course, there were some opportunities for dialogue along the way, and there were exchanges of letters, but they did not lead to advancements. Ever since the launch of the Biden administration, in February and March of 2021, there were attempts to speak to North Korea, but North Korea did not respond. The U.S. recently announced their review of their North Korean policies, but North Korea has not responded yet. Let's take a look at the position of North Korea. Well, in January of 2021, at the 8th People's Assembly, they have announced that concerning South Korea, they are asking that we stop the joint military exercises with the USFK. and that we stop the import of high-tech armament. And through the Kim Yo-jong statement, they have announced that it will be difficult to resume inter-Korean dialogue. Concerning the U.S., they are asking that the U.S. eliminates their hostile policy towards North Korea, and this is a consistent position of North Korea ever since the Hanoi summit in 2019. Let's take a look at Biden's North Korean policy. Well, currently, the Biden administration, unlike the past administrations, are looking for gradual denuclearization. They will be using military diplomatic pressure and also emphasizing the need for consulting with allies, and they were continuing to prioritize the arms control of their nuclear capabilities. And on April 30th of 2021, they announced their review of North Korean policies. And what they mentioned is that they will not try to have a package deal like Trump. They will no longer use strategic patience like Obama, but there will be a new approach. And if we take a look at the actual contents, they said they will base their approach on the Singapore Joint Statement. The goal is full denuclearization, but they are willing to move step by step. That really is the plan by the Biden administration for the North Korean nuclear program. This is quite meaningful. Ever since the Hanoi summit of 2019, we can see that a part of their agenda was partial denuclearization in exchange for partial removal of sanctions. And we can see that maybe the Biden administration will pick up from where they were left off at the Hanoi summit. There was the Inter-Korean Summit on May 21st of 2021, and there was the summit between the U.S. and Korea on May 21st of 2021, and they have agreed that they will be using dialogue to solve the North Korean issue. So, in a nutshell, denuclearization will happen step by step, and they will also base all of their approaches on existing agreements between the two Koreas and between the U.S. and DPRK. But we have yet to see resume dialogue, and so I think we need more measures to bring North Korea back to the table. But we see that there are currently uncertainties as to whether negotiations and dialogues will be resumed. Let's take a look at some future tasks ahead. These are some considerations to be made. At the January 8th People's Assembly, North Korea announced their position for South Korea and the U.S., and it seems that their position is not likely to change. In June, they actually had an assembly of the Central Party, and they actually mentioned that they will prepare for both dialogue and confrontation. Some people actually gave a positive spin on the statement, and Kim Yo-jong mentioned that she does not think we should give it a positive spin. And we see the escalation of competition between the U.S. and China, which is actually facilitating cooperation between China and DPRK. This actually will strengthen the leverage of North Korea when they are negotiating with the U.S. And so, in solving the Korean Peninsula issues, we must focus our attention on the U.S.-China relations as well. And if we take a look into the future, next month is August, and whether we will continue with the joint exercise in August and whether North Korea will respond to these exercises will be very important in the inter-Korean relations for the future. At this current point in time, what do we need to focus on? Well, first of all, because we are at a stalemate, we need to take a look at how we can resume dialogue and improve relations. And how are we going to set the conditions to enable the resumption of dialogue? That is the most important task at hand. How can we go back to the dialogue that we wish to pursue? And there are three things that I would like to suggest. First, we need to either postpone or cancel the August joint exercises. As I mentioned before, as North Korea has mentioned their position at the 8th People's Assembly, they will not easily change their position. And the North Koreans are saying that their precondition to dialogue is the canceling of the joint exercise between the US and Korea. And they continue to ask that these exercises be canceled as a prerequisite for inter-Korean dialogue. And so in order to resume dialogue for North Korea, we need to either postpone or cancel the August joint exercise. That is one suggestion that I would like to make. The second is the exemption of sanctions on the inter-Korean cooperation for the economic sector. So the Biden administration has mentioned that it fully supports the Panmunjom Declaration at the May U.S. Korea summit. And so that could be an important pillar in resuming the inter-Korean exchanges. And we also need to think about humanitarian aid and cooperation for North Korea. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. That was Dr. Kim Sang-gi of the Korea Institute for National Unification on responding to North Korea's nuclear crisis and maintenance of peace on the Korean Peninsula.
Let's go on to the second presentation, which will be given by Professor Kim Young-jun of the National Security College of the Korea National Defense University. The presentation is on strengthening of the defense power realization of responsible defense. Please greet him with a big hand. Yes, good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I would like to thank President Go Yu-hwan of the Korea Institute for National Unification and also all other members of the session for inviting me and having me join you. So today I would like to talk about the discourse about strengthening national defense. There has been concern that the dual track of pursuing national defense strengthening and also the other efforts to promote peace might clash. But actually, we are seeing good response and good results, actually. I'm not saying that the Moon Jae-in administration has done everything well, but I think that the situation is better than many people had expected. So I would like to talk about that and also the direction for going forward. So the presentation is in 4 parts. First of all, I'll talk about how we were able to secure national defense budget to strengthen the military strength by adopting state-of-the-art weapon systems and the efforts for OPCON transfer based on a strong Korea-US alliance, and also the change towards autonomous and accountable military culture, and also the military support for peace on the Korean Peninsula. So in the news, I understand that there are some concerning news that we have been hearing about. For example, we have made great efforts for the past 4 years to promote peace, but it seems like there are a number of problems that have accumulated over the years and are exposing themselves. But I think that this current situation is actually an opportunity for Korea. And I would like to mention about how efforts have been made to reform the military, and I think that there are some parts that are connected to the previous presentation and the next presentation as well. So I have a lot of photos that I would like to share with you, and my presentation content is actually quite concise. But you can see that because of the COVID-19 situation, we held the military meetings through online channels. In 2020, we were able to secure a national defense budget of 50 trillion won. This is an increase compared to the 40.3 trillion won in 2017. Compared to the GDP, this is less than 3%. However, compared to the Lee Myung-bak and Park Geun-hye administration, unlike the prejudice that we had, the national military and defense budget was not increased that much. I understand that there is a consensus among the people that we need self-defense achieved through our military. We need to have the self-capability to defend our nation. And so under the Moon Jae-in administration, we have been able to secure a national defense budget of 50 trillion won, and continuous efforts have been made for self-defense and the military strength that can make this possible. And so based on this, we have been able to adopt state-of-the-art technology to strengthen our military and national defense. So we are pursuing peace on the Korean Peninsula, but at the same time, we are pursuing strengthening of national defense. Why are we going in these two different directions? But actually, the two can go together, because national defense is not only targeting North Korea. So I would like to mention that, first of all. And the highlight is the conclusion, the end of the Korea-US military guideline. I think that not many people had expected this, and there are not many officials within the government that had expected that the Korea-US missile guidelines would come to an end. And so Mr. Kim Hyun-jong and a number of officials actually made efforts to persuade the United States, based on our rationale, to end the missile guidelines. And I think that this is a signal that shows the level of trust between Korea and US as an alliance. So I think that if the United States was concerned about the missile development direction that Korea will take once the missile guidelines were concluded, but actually we were able to persuade the U.S., and it also shows at the conclusion, the end of the guidelines shows the trust that the U.S. has in Korea. And also cooperation between the U.S. and Korea in the cyberspace and also outer space and missile area, I think is possible. And there has been many different developments and advancements in terms of the state-of-the-art weapons. We have been able to develop our own weapons. For example, with the domestic technology, we were able to build a submarine, and so Korea is one of the fifth major submarine exporting countries. And on the left, you see the photo of the president making a visit commemorating the 50th anniversary of the ADD. And some people joke that the only country that can sell the ships to the UK, which is very proud of its naval power, is Korea. So this shows the strength of our naval military power. Also, with our technology, we were able to develop a sonic aircraft, KF-21. This started with the Kim Dae-jung administration, and the technology has continuously been pursued and developed. And so we were able to develop this technology, and we have succeeded. And so on April 9th, 2021, we had publicly announced the aircraft. As you know, there are not many countries that can develop these jets, and there are only 8 countries that have this capability. So Korea is among the proud 8 nations. I'm sure that you all know this, but once again, I would like to emphasize this accomplishment. And next, the wartime operational command transfer based on the strong ROK-US alliance. So it is possible that the joint training can be reduced or expanded depending on the situation, but we have nevertheless a very strong alliance, and based on that, wartime operation control transfers being pursued by the 2 countries. So there is ongoing efforts to discuss ways to carry this out. There are a number of issues between the two countries within the alliance, but once again, we were able to confirm that the alliance was elevated into a strategic alliance through the US-Korea summit. So we have a 70-year history, and I do believe that through this recent summit, we were able to lay the groundwork for the next 70 years of a strong partnership. The cyber, semiconductors, space, and other areas that we can cooperate together were recognized during the Korea-US summit, and we were able to confirm the strength of the alliance. I think that pursuing peace between the two Koreas might hurt ties with the United States. That was one concern within the Korean society, but I think that this is just a misconception that Koreans seem to have. The two can go together. We could have a strong alliance with the US and pursue peace with North Korea. And I think that the two do not clash. And we were able to confirm that as we looked at the efforts and the achievements of the current administration. And also, we have been requesting cooperation with the United States, and likewise in various fields, and military field is also an area for potential cooperation. We are receiving contact and we are reviewing ways to work with the United States. But the U.S. always have recognized Korea as a partner for its global strategy, and we have the capabilities to meet such requests. That is my judgment and view. So, we did a survey on the perceptions of the people. For example, according to Korea Research in June of 2020, we did a survey on the people's perception of the Korea-US alliance and the capability of our military. And you can see that the perception, the positive sentiment is increasing. So I think that it is meaningless to talk about the weakening of the Korea-US alliance, and I think that through this administration we were able to even further strengthen the bilateral ties. Also, there has been a lot of efforts to improve the gender equality within the military, and I'm sure that a lot of people have children who are doing their military service. Some people have been saying, compared to the past, the military service has become actually not that harsh. There are not many military officers that make the soldiers do work late in the evening, and the soldiers can actually use the mobile phones. There has been a lot of changes. Of course, there are still room for improvement, but I would like to say that military service has become different and has changed for the better compared to the past. Of course, there was the issue of the meals provided to the military force, but I understand that currently a privatization of the meal services for the military is under review, and this will further reform and improve the military. Also, there has been past experiences that made the military look back at the gender equality and gender sensitivity culture. So there are now efforts being pursued for improving this part of the military culture. A couple of years ago, there was great controversy over whether the military men should be allowed to use mobile phones while they're doing their military duty. But now, actually, this use of mobile phones is now widespread. There has been great improvements in the lives of the people who are doing their military service. I think that going into the future, more unpleasant events will decrease in number. And also, we are currently talking about the partial implementation of professional soldier career path instead of having all males serve their military duties in a mandatory manner. So next, strong military to support peace on the Korean Peninsula. That's another topic. The historic significance of the September 19th agreement is something that we all acknowledge. North Korea has not violated anything concerning September 19th. And the explosion of the liaison office has not been included in this agreement. So you cannot say that everything that we agreed upon and negotiated has gone back to zero. That everything was worthless, because actually there was no actual violations and we have not experienced another Cheonan vessel incident. The UN and the Inter-Korean Joint Military Committee activities should have been promoted, but because of the liaison offices is no longer in place, this has been contracted a bit, these activities. But the North Korean side actually had called for the eradication of the posts. North Korea already does not have the GOPs, and Kim Jong-un's position is that there will be no further expansion of the traditional forces. And so I think that there is fundamental changes that we're seeing on the Korean Peninsula, and South Korea is also controlling its arms to help promote the peace on the Korean Peninsula. So in some sense, well, I've done a lot of studies in joint with the US and the UK, and those who engage in arms control actually are the hardliners. The arms control actually is something that takes place every day, not only when the situation deteriorates. And also you need to have the ability to deter the opposing forces. So arms control and non-proliferation experts actually are hardliners, and we can see them in the US and the UK. I think that there is a misconception about arms control, that arms control actually weakens military forces of Korea, but those are misconceptions and misunderstandings. And right now, as it was mentioned by Dr. Kim Sang-ki, and also I think that Dr. Ko Yuan will mention this as well, the efforts for non-proliferation. But I think that we can go on to the next stage for inter-Korean exchanges and cooperation in the military field. Now, Dr. Bu and I, we engaged in a joint research with the U.S. side, and the U.S. believes that the military committee is an issue for the two Koreas. So when it comes to arms reduction, of course, when it comes to the structural arms control or operational arms control, the United States, when it comes to structural issues, well, perhaps the U.S. side might take interest, but when it comes to operational arms control, Dr. Vector or Scott Snyder believes that this is something for the two Koreas to take care of. The U.S. is very supportive of this, and also Commander Bruce is very supportive of this as well. So I think that, of course, we have to be aligned with the U.S. on the issues. And the people who have actually been here to this area knows that we are enjoying and bearing the fruits of our past efforts. We have to show everyone who are skeptical of inter-Korean relations our past efforts bearing fruit, the situation in the Panmunjom. There's a lot of seminars that are being hosted about the September 19th agreement's significance. So as long as it's not about the structural arms control, we can see that the U.S. is very supportive about the North Korean side and the South Korean side leading the way in terms of the military field and operational arms control. This does not hurt our military forces or our military power. We are strengthening national defense. We are implementing new technologies. And so arms control is something that is not at odds with national defense strengthening. It's something that goes together. And once again, the arms control experts, they are hardliners within the Department of Defense in the United States. The arms control took place mainly during the Republican administration. So the hardliners, when they were in power, usually the arms control were further promoted. So there's a misunderstanding that we have to resolve among the Korean people about arms control. So I'm not saying that everything that was pursued by the Moon Jae-in administration led to good results. I'm not saying that everything is worthy of praise, but I think that accurate evaluation of the accomplishments is required and that we can indeed verify that we have seen good results. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. We have just heard from Professor Kim Young-jun.
Next, we will hear the last presentation of session 4. We would like to now invite Dr. Hong Seok-kun, a research fellow at the Korea Institute for National Unification, titled Inclusive International Cooperation, Diversification of International Diplomacy. Good afternoon. My name is Hong Seok-kun at the Korea Institute for National Unification. It's an honor to present at this session. I will be presenting under the title of Inclusive International Cooperation, Diversification of International Diplomacy. Of course, this is an opportunity to look back on the last 4 years and also to look forward to take a look at what tasks lie ahead. We have already heard from Dr. Kim and Dr. Kim Sang-gi and Kim Yong-jun, and we have taken a look at the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. In conducting the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, what is our goal? Why are we conducting peace process on the Korean Peninsula? What kind of diplomacy do we need? And so those are the points that I would like to cover. Of course, politically and militarily, we need to take a look at diplomacy, and we need to take a look at diplomacy from other aspects as well. But I would like to take an inclusive perspective. We can see that there is a diversification of international diplomacy and the position of Korea. And so I would like to mainly talk about the issue of smart power with the neighboring countries and how we have created a favorable international environment through balanced diplomacy. And I would also like to take a look at the efforts made for a sustainable peace process on the Korean Peninsula. Of course, ever since the Hanoi summit, we have not had any dialogue with North Korea. And because of COVID-19, we have not been able to have dialogue with North Korea. But what I would like to mention through my presentation is the direction for our diplomacy. Diplomatic strategies are a global public goods. So I think it's time we talk about international public goods. So what is the diplomatic strategy that we will have for the whole world, including North Korea? When we think about international diplomacy, everyone talks about status. And depending on your status, your diplomacy should change. Our 2 previous presenters also talked about this issue, and it is quite redundant. But due to COVID-19, we see that there is a threat to liberalism. And we also see the shift of power from the West to the East. And is the global governance still relevant? Will we see a change in the international order? Well, many people in the academia talked about these issues. But everyone agrees that we are still in an era of strategic competition. Along with this, from our perspective, we are in a dilemma of making strategic choices. Especially when the strategic conflicts become escalated, we feel pressure to make a choice. And as you're well aware, with the Biden administration taking office, there is a strengthening of global governance amongst like-minded nations, especially those pursuing democracy. And there are issues related to human rights. China is not taking a step back, and there is the conflict between Quad and the trilateral alliance between Korea, Japan, and the US against China's one road, one belt policy. Well, we have had a lot of help ever since the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. We have had very proactive participation in various summits, and through inter-Korean summits, we have been able to open the way for diplomacy with North Korea. But ever since the Hanoi summit and COVID-19, we have not been able to continue our diplomacy with North Korea. But even so, what I would like to mention is that in the past, we have tried to keep peace by going back and forth between the two Koreas and the US, but this time around, we were in the driver's seat. That is very important. Well, at the 8th People's Assembly, there were very strong statements made. Of course, they're trying to become self-sufficient and they're trying to stand on their own 2 feet. And the North Korean authorities, they are admitting to the failure of their economic strategies. And so we will have to see at what will happen in North Korea. We also need to take a look at non-traditional security issues. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we now have a renewed understanding of security. There are non-traditional security issues and also the necessity for cooperation in the health sector as well. When we take a look at national power, we take a look at military power, economic power, and we also take a look at the power of civic societies and the power of culture as well. Even if COVID-19 continues to aggravate the international order, we will continue to focus on various powers possessed by different individual nations. And these issues will continue to be in the limelight. We can also see a diversification of the actors of diplomacy. We have a stronger participation of civic society, and we are seeing the introduction of the global public goods. So what can the government do? How can they lead the civic society? This global governance system is becoming more important than ever before. The government actors and the non-government actors must act together in order to expand diplomacy through catalytic diplomacy, para-diplomacy, and multi-track diplomacy. And this is the same for Korea as well. Korea should be proactive in participating in a wider variety of diplomacy. Well, the Ministry of Diplomatic Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continues to talk about the strategy as a middle-income country, but we have to continue to make sure that the traditional aspects of diplomacy are still important, such as peace building. And along these lines, the peace process on the Korean Peninsula must be discussed. Through the peace process, we need to make sure that not only do we pursue diplomacy, but create a global agenda as a leader. We should also take a look at the diplomatic strategies as a middle-income country, and so we need to make sure that our core agenda is focused on social power. We need to continue to emphasize social power. Peace, sustainable growth are common agendas, universal values that we are all striving for. In terms of the inter-Korean relations, in the past, we were focused on the uniqueness of the two Koreas, but we now need to approach the inter-Korean relations from a universal value perspective. Peace building in the 21st century, in the end, will facilitate the improvement of the standard of living in Korea. And that is why we're talking about smart power. Ever since we started to talk about soft power, more and more people start to talk about power, smart power. And so that is why we need to have public diplomacy, diplomacy based on politics, and diplomacy based on economics. So various types of diplomacies should be expanded. We have conducted efforts to have a balanced diplomacy, and as you're well aware, peaceful coexistence is our slogan for the peace regime in Northeast Asia. We also have the 3P policies and the new Northern policy, and all of these new policies will be utilized for peace building on the Korean Peninsula and in the vicinity. We have exchanges with North Korea. We also have cultural exchanges within the region. And given the political situation and the nuclear issue of North Korea and the sanctions against North Korea, these efforts were not very active, but with a future-oriented view, I don't think we can stand still. What we need to do is to utilize our status and make sure that we are in the driver's seat in discovering new agenda items and moving forward. We need to think about using diplomacy to create a life community. Well, currently the inter-Korean relations have soured due to COVID-19. International cooperation is quite difficult, and so it's very difficult to pursue these goals, but this is a direction that we need to go in. The May 2021 US-Korea summit showed that the momentum still exists for peace process on the Korean Peninsula. Of course, there are many obstacles, but that doesn't mean that we just need to wait and see. But we already took a look at the Korea-US summit and its meeting through the other presentations, so I will go on. In order to make sure that we have a sustainable peace process on the Korean Peninsula, we need to make sure that we take into account the SDGs adopted by the UN and the member states. The triple axis cooperation model is a model that is in line with SDG. So the triple nexus model is related to the triangle cooperation model, which includes humanitarian aid and support. I believe that all of these efforts must go together in order to create a sustainable peace process on the Korean Peninsula. Of course, we will need dialogue and cooperation between the governments, but we also need to make sure that economic cooperation, social exchanges, and humanitarian aid must go hand in hand. So by establishing cooperation, we need to induce North Korea to open and reform itself, and this could be used as motivation for the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. Triple nexus has already been discussed within the international community, and I believe that triple nexus should be applied to North Korea. Through inclusive international cooperation, I believe that this is the direction that we need to move in, and this is the direction that we are moving in. Concerning SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, the international society has already adopted SDGs through the UN as a part of its efforts to create global public goods. And as you're well aware, last month through VNR, the North Korean authorities also submitted their SDG report, mentioning that they will actively respond to improving the quality of life for its citizens by 2030. Of course, currently the inter-Korean relations have soured. We are not able to talk to North Korea, but you can see that concerning SDGs, North Korea is still very active. Concerning the SDGs and triple nexus, I think if the government authorities would utilize these axes, then it could be utilized for international cooperation and also inter-Korean cooperation, because North Korea is also participating in SDG efforts. So I believe that there is room for leveraging SDGs and triple nexus. Of course, there could be various dialogue for the triple nexus model between the two Koreas, but first of all, the governance structure is very important. We need to make sure that we expand the dialogue to various universal items on the agenda, which then can bring us into the triple nexus. And so this is the hope that I have for the inter-Korean dialogue. Of course, if we are not able to solve the political issue, improving inter-Korean relations is very difficult, but nevertheless, for the expansion of global public goods, we need to actively participate. So we always talked about how we need to have balanced diplomacy. And so when we have all of these items in the bucket together comprehensively, then we can move forward. So in order to find universal items for our smart diplomacy, we need to make sure that we remind ourselves of the status that we have in the international community. And through cooperation in diplomacy, we are able to raise our prestige in the international stage and also pursue universal value around the world. And so we need to have leadership in establishing these agendas. Of course, we also need to think about national interests. But for diplomacy, each country strives for their national interests, but at the same time, we need to think about our universal agenda of striving for global public goods. And so we need to have two strategies at the same time. We also need to look at smart diplomacy strategies. We have K culture that is quite popular, but we need to make sure that we can expand this into universal value, utilizing our knowledge and technology. And we believe that all of these efforts could be leveraged to establish a sustainable peace process on the Korean Peninsula through various diplomacy efforts and policies. Through the VNR, North Korea has talked about their energy in agriculture and light industries, and they said they will make an investment in those areas. And they will also work on micro dust, environmental issues, the natural environment, and they have mentioned that they need international support to pursue these goals. And so we need to actually think about the needs of North Korea, and this will indeed move the inter-Korean relations forward. North Korea is a closed country, but as they are participating in the SDG efforts as well as establishing of peace, I believe that North Korea will participate in cooperation with South Korea concerning these items. I know that political and military items on the agenda are very important as well. I'm not saying that agenda is not important, but I believe that when I listen to the younger generation, they are willing to move forward according to changes in the environment. And I believe that now is a time to renew our inter-Korean relations. I tried to keep my presentation short. And through the discussion portion, I hope to learn much more from our panelists. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much. We have just heard from Dr. Hong Seok-kwon. And now let us go into the panel discussion. For this panel discussion, I would like to invite the three speakers and our moderator, who is the president of the Korea Institute for National Unification, Dr. Ko Yu-han, and also our discussants, Dr. Lee Soo-hyung, Professor Shin Seung-ho, Dr. Poo Hyung-wook, and Professor Chung Jae-kwan of Korea University, and also Dr. Scott Snyder sent us a video recording of his remarks. He is with the Council on Foreign Relations. Let me first introduce our moderator, President Ko Yu-han. He is currently the chair of the Korean Peninsula Subcommittee of the Policy Advisory Committee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the current chair of the Planning and Coordination Committee of the National Unification Advisory Council. He served as a member of the Peace and Prosperity Subcommittee of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning and the chair of the Policy Advisory Committee of the Office of National Security under the Cheongwon-dae. Let us all have them up on stage.
네, 그럼 마이크를 고용원장님.
So I would like to hand over the microphone to President Ko Yu-han. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am the moderator of session 4 on the topic of peace process in the Korean Peninsula and the peacekeeping government. So we have heard 3 presentations in relation with this topic, and the phrase inclusive policy, I think, was first used and introduced in 1988 during the Roh-tae administration, when the July 7th declaration was made. At that time, North Korea was viewed for the first time as a partner for reconciliation. And after that, for the sunshine policy of the Kim Il-sung administration, we heard about the reconciliation policy, and this was called as inclusive policy towards North Korea. So inclusivity, this is a large theme for today. We're talking about inclusion once again. The origin of this actually comes from, in some sense, the policy towards North Korea. And since then, with the inauguration of the Moon Jae-in administration, I think that first of all, we talked about an inclusive society as a part of social policies. So inclusion became a major concept for the discourse for social policies, but now it has been expanded to be included as a policy goal for creating an inclusive nation. Sustainable, inclusive nation is what we aspire to develop, and we are in that process of building that kind of a nation. Now, as a scholar studying North Korean affairs, I was able to see the Central Party's eighth meeting, which was held at the end of June. And I read the related document and saw North Korea using the wording inclusive policy. So this actually is a wording that I had not seen before. I could see North Korea using the same wording, inclusive policy. Most recently, if we look at the inter-Korean relations, we can see that the COVID-19 pandemic has led us to think about a life community. And in some sense, the members living on the Korean Peninsula are part of this life community. We have to seek inclusion as members of the same community. And today, during the session, we are talking about the military sector. In the past, we had a very traditional concept for security. And now, however, in this new era where we are all hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, it's very difficult to distinguish the enemy and the friendly forces. And also from a human security perspective, we are approaching our challenges. And so, having said that, the discourse surrounding inclusion, I think, is actually something that receives priority in this era. So before we go into the panel discussion, I would like to introduce to you some of the views by the people that was carried out through an event to collect the opinions of the people. So we had raised some questions to the citizens of Korea, and I would actually like to introduce the questions and the response from the citizens as we proceed with the discussion. So there were some people who had shared their opinions and comments. For example, there were those who had called for consistency in the policies, that the policies towards North Korea and the Korean Peninsula peace process should be consistently pursued. And also there were some proposals and recommendations. For example, the Kumgang Mountain Tourism Project and cooperation with North Korea for vaccination was suggested and proposed. I think that these are good ideas. And also there was an opinion about the Kaesong Industrial Complex. There is a Kaesong Industrial Complex Management Committee. After the close down of the Kaesong Industrial Complex, still we have the management committee in place. And I think that to promote inter-Korean relations that befit the current era. And I think that we need this kind of a committee or an organization that can promote inter-Korean relations and exchanges. So I think that the suggestion is in line with that. And also, the unification environment is changing because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So having that into consideration, there were questions about what should be the new efforts in this new unification environment. And also, along with the efforts to improve North Korea and U.S. ties, what are some of the inter-Korean projects that can be pursued? And also, the issue of improving relations in a mutually beneficial manner when it comes to bilateral ties with the U.S. and Korea. And also the policy-related questions and recommendations were raised. And also the Korean Peninsula peace process. Well, we talk a lot about this process, but as we persist this, then what is the specific unification policy? That was another question that was raised. So also, then what are the tasks for the incoming government? That was another question. And I think that our discussants, please keep these questions in mind as you prepare your remarks. So our presenters gave their presentations and within their given time. We have about 55 minutes remaining. So I think that we should first invite Dr. Scott Snyder, a senior fellow for Korea Studies from the Council on Foreign Relations. He sent a video to deliver his remarks. And after listening to that, why don't we have each person speak for about 7 to 8 minutes?
We will now turn to Scott Snyder for his remarks.
Thank you for the invitation to participate virtually in today's conference commemorating the first 4 years of the Moon administration and to comment on the paper by Dr. Sang-gi Kim, which evaluates the Moon administration's policies toward North Korea and provides recommendations on remaining tasks to be accomplished by the end of the Moon administration. The paper asserts that a major accomplishment of the Moon administration involves the actions Moon took to reopen a pathway to peaceful denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. The pathway appears to have been closed at the time Moon became president by diametrically opposed positions between the US and North Korea on the legitimacy of North Korea's nuclear development and by rising tensions in 2017 resulting from North Korean missile testing and President Trump's rhetorical escalation in response. I agree with Dr. Kim that President Moon's actions intended to avert US-North Korean conflict were a major accomplishment of his administration, and that Moon deserves credit for his intermediary role and for his successful efforts to reopen US-North Korea diplomacy. But I disagree on the centrality of Moon's pledge to postpone military exercises as a factor contributing to Moon's diplomatic breakthrough. I don't believe that the Moon's pledge to postpone military exercises on December 19, 2017 was central to Kim Jong-un's decision to pursue summit diplomacy in 2018. And I have two reasons for this. First, Kim Jong-un had already signaled the possibility of a pause in missile tests following its November 28, 2017 test of the Hwasong-15 rocket, with Kim Jong-un's declaration that, quote unquote, now we have finally realized the great historic cause of completing the state nuclear force, the cause of building a rocket power, end quote. The successful tests enabled Kim to shift from testing to diplomacy from a position of strength. Second, we know that Trump had already signaled openness to possible summitry with Kim Jong-un in a secret message conveyed by UN Political Undersecretary Jeffrey Feltman to North Korean senior officials during a December 2017 visit to Pyongyang. I believe that these developments were as significant to Kim's pursuit of summitry, if not more so, than the postponement of military exercises. These enabling conditions still required South Korea's intermediary role, but it was not easy, and Moon showed great perseverance. Moon's efforts to engineer a meeting between US and North Korean senior officials at both the opening and closing Olympic ceremonies failed. Pence, Vice President Pence, and Kim Yo-jong stood in the VIP box but never met. This necessitated Moon's decision to send a special envoy a week after the end of the Olympic Games. The third time was a charm. I credit Moon's persistence in establishing a needed dialogue link between Trump and Kim, even pursuing a secret inter-Korean summit at Panmunjom in late May of 2018 that helped to put the Singapore summit back together on very short notice. I believe that North Korea deeply understands the purposes and importance of mutual deterrence in the US-North Korea relationship. This understanding is clearly signaled through North Korea's nuclear projects because the purpose of the project is to establish mutual nuclear deterrence, which the North Koreans clearly regard as a more stable, desirable, and symmetric situation than the decades-long vulnerability that they felt facing a US nuclear threat with no adequate defense option against such a powerful weapon. North Korea might characterize the US policy as hostile and might demand unilateral security concessions from the United States and South Korea, but it has not been clear that they value the concessions they are demanding or are willing to match them with reciprocal self-restraint measures. Instead, they seek to pocket unilateral security concessions that might provide a basis for future exploitation. Still, it is worth continuing to probe possibilities diplomatically by keeping the conversation open. I agree also that the comprehensive military agreement has provided an opportunity to test North Korea's commitment to mutual confidence building and tension reduction measures. But the steps taken have been largely symbolic and were not fully reciprocated by the North. Instead, South Korea's implementation of the CMA has been largely unilateral. The CMA has tangibly lowered tensions and has resulted in a revised US-South Korean military posture toward North Korea, but it has not generated a structural breakthrough. I regard the CMA as an accomplishment for Moon, but one that revealed the fundamental unwillingness of North Korea to embrace peaceful coexistence as an alternative to military deterrence as a source of security on the peninsula. Ultimately, the failure to sustain momentum in inter-Korean relations more than anything else has exposed North Korea's unwillingness to serve as Moon's partner in peace building. Having successfully brought Trump and Kim together in 2018, can Moon reprise his accomplishment as intermediary with Biden in the coming months? I see some significant obstacles, primarily related to fallout that occurred in the gap between the 2018 Pyongyang summit and the failure of the 2019 Hanoi summit. I believe that developments during this critical period, combined with American analytical conclusions about the limits of Kim's credibility resulting from the Hanoi experience, have damaged Moon's capacity and margin to play an intermediary role. In advance of the Hanoi summit, Kim appears to have overestimated Moon's ability to influence Trump, and both Kim and Moon appear to have overestimated Trump's desperation to make a political deal that would have traded US-North Korean détente for partial rather than complete denuclearization. By making complete denuclearization the central objective of his North Korea policy, and by signaling that Kim would have to commit to complete denuclearization as a prerequisite for renewed US-North Korea symmetry, Biden has considerably narrowed the likelihood that Kim Jong-un will return to US-North Korea symmetry, at least within Moon's term. Under these circumstances, I do not believe the Biden administration will be convinced to postpone US-North Korea military exercises, or that a postponement would reopen the door to US-North Korea diplomacy. Instead, I anticipate that the Biden-Kim drama will play itself out after the conclusion of the Moon administration and will be influenced to some degree by the outcome of the next South Korean presidential election. Thank you for the opportunity to join you virtually and to comment on Dr. Kim's presentation.
Thank you very much. We have heard from Scott Snyder, and he has mentioned that the peace process on the Korean Peninsula has a very low possibility of being resumed during the term of the Moon administration. I think we should continue to discuss this issue through our discussion. We will then go to Senior Research Fellow Lee Soo-hyung of the Institute for National Security Strategy. As have been introduced, I am Lee Soo-hyung. So thank you very much to Professor Kim Sang-gi for your presentation. Well, in 2017, we thought there could be a possibility of another war on the Korean Peninsula. But in 2018, we started our journey of peace process on the Korean Peninsula, triggered by the Pyeongchang Olympics. We have seen a series of summits between the two Koreas, between the US and DPRK, as well as between the DPRK and China. The position that we have now and the position that we had then was that the core of the peace process is the relations between the US and DPRK. Well, I believe that the US DPRK peace process has three variants. First, the environment surrounding the peace process. Second is the approach by North Korea, the strategic framework in conducting the peace process between the US and DPRK. And third is the time factor. If we take a look at the situational variant, and please refer to page 256 of the proceedings for my discussion, we have to take a look at the environment for the denuclearization, whether it is in 2018 or whether it is now. We can think of two different situations. First is the competition between China and the US. But compared to 3 years ago, currently the competition is becoming aggravated between the G2, and it will further aggravate in the future. Second, the position of the North Korea participating in the negotiations between the DPRK and the US is that North Korea considers itself a nuclear state, and whether it be the Trump administration or the Biden administration, they are speaking under the prerequisite that the sanctions against North Korea will continue. And that is a situation as the backdrop for the US-DPRK dialogue. And I believe that this situation will not change in the future, but rather this situation has been aggravated compared to 2018, meaning that the strategic competition is becoming more fierce between the US and China, which means that the US-DPRK peace process may be sucked into this competition. And the strategic frame by North Korea to participate in this dialogue is that North Korea would like to go step by step. And the US would like to have a package deal. During the Trump administration, they actually had a stronger stand, but as Dr. Kim has mentioned, the Biden administration is having a coordinated and practical approach, possibly going step by step, but a practical and coordinated approach. We have to think about what this actually means. After the failed Hanoi summit in 2019, Kim Jong-un had asked the U.S. for a new framework, but the current Biden administration's position does not include the new framework requested by Kim. Well, the Biden administration compared to the Trump administration, it seems that their position has improved a bit, but it has not been detailed yet. And so we don't know for sure what their position is at this time. The second is the time factor. When we talk about the denuclearization negotiations during the last 3 decades, the Korean media always talked about whose side is time on. Everybody talks about that. But I always believe that time is always on the side of North Korea. Trump is no longer a president. Moon Jae-in administration has a year to go. And so, if the North Korean sanctions would succeed, then time should be on the side of the US and South Korea. But next Monday, North Korea and China celebrates the 60th anniversary of their diplomatic ties. Currently, North Korea is suffering from COVID-19 and the lack of food. If China provides protection against these sufferings, then they will choose to strengthen their ties with China rather than coming back to the table to talk to the US. And so, the situation of where the strategic competition between China and the US is being aggravated, that makes time on the side of North Korea. We have to wait and see what kind of statement will be made at the 60th anniversary. Of course, there could be no statement, but we need to wait and see. And with fierce competition between China and the US, then the energy that can be invested into denuclearization will not be as large as before because they will need to concentrate on China. And so, I believe that Korea will need to be even more active compared to the 2018 to play the intermediary role. And we have more policy room to do so. The Biden administration talked about a coordinated and practical approach. The content of that approach can be filled by Korea through the dialogue with the US, and I believe that that will leave more room for South Korea to play an intermediary role. We will need to listen to the statement possibly being made next week by China and North Korea, as well as the possible postponement or canceling of the August joint exercises. And if we continue to have a coordinated and practical approach by the US and South Korea, then possibly I believe that by autumn or around the Korean Thanksgiving, or around the time of Korean Independence Day on August 15th, possibly there is room for resumption of dialogue between the two Koreas or dialogue between the US and DPRK. And I believe that that can actually bring back the momentum for dialogue for peace on the Korean Peninsula, depending on the role played by the Moon Jae-in administration. Thank you very much.
Where do we go on to Professor Shin Sung-hol of SNU? Yes. Now, my discussion is on Professor Kim Yong-jung's presentation. Now, he talked about the core parts of the current administration's military policy in a very concise manner and explained it for everyone to easily understand. I agree with most of the points that he made. Number two, also this was mentioned by President Ko, but the overall theme of this session is peace on the Korean Peninsula. The current administration, when it comes to the strategy for security and diplomacy, if you look at the overall direction, I think that, and you can find this in the overall strategy of Korea for security, that is the pursuit of peace, denuclearization, unification. These are all combined together and discussed. At the national level and at the government level, believe that, of course, it's the best to pursue all three simultaneously, but in reality, it's difficult to pursue the three simultaneously. So I thought about what should be the priority then among the three. So during this administration, I think that the first priority is placed on peace. And I think that that was quite accurate for promoting peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula, because in the beginning of this administration, there was a high risk and tension surrounding a possible war on the Korean Peninsula. But even after that, is it peace or is it unification? We're not saying that we're not going to pursue unification. Of course, the two are both important, but there can be a time gap, because unification is something that has to be pursued in the long-term perspective, and peace is an urgent matter, a pressing matter. And denuclearization is actually a tool to achieve these goals. So I think that this is given relatively lesser priority. And And these are the core elements of the strategies for security and diplomacy. There were a lot of challenges concerning these, but this current administration has focused most on peace, and I think that that policy direction was quite appropriate. But despite the promotion of peace and the pursuit of peace, if you look at the past 4 years, and also when we think about the future, there were many challenges, there will be many challenges going forward. So I would like to talk about the dilemma of pursuing peace on the Korean Peninsula. Number one, well, when it comes to peace between the two Koreas, well, engagement and a lot has been pursued, and that is the right way to go. But at the same time, North Korea is still a major security threat for us. For example, there's nuclear weapons and also the asymmetric weapons strengthening, for example, missiles. So we cannot help but to prepare ourselves for that, and as it was mentioned before, we have to continuously work on self-defense through our military capabilities. So on the one hand, we promote peace policies to engage with North Korea, to negotiate, but at the same time, we are strengthening our national defense capabilities. And compared to any other previous administration, this administration has focused more on national defense. I think that this reality is quite contradictory. I'm not saying that this is bad or good. I'm saying it's just the reality, and that is very contradictory. Number two, the U.S.-Korea alliance. Well, if you look at the status of Korea, the transfer of wartime command, I think that is the right way to go. But at the same time, I also believe that we have to strengthen the U.S.-Korea alliance as part of our security policy. Some people tend to believe that these are at odds, but in fact, coordinating the two were not that easy between Korea and the U.S. In fact, and also, let me go to number 3 first, and then I will ask a question and end my comments. The third contradiction is that the current administration is pursuing a peace process on the Korean Peninsula, and I think that this is a right way to go as well. But if you look at the Korean Peninsula and the surrounding East Asia, you can see that the trends are going in the opposite direction. For example, the competition between US and China, and also the relations between China and Japan also is facing challenges, and also the relation between Korea and Japan. And so, if you look at the peace process in the Korean Peninsula and the surrounding environment of East Asia, how can we coordinate the situation? How can we pursue peace amidst this environment? I think that it is not an easy task to pursue peace on the Korean Peninsula with such conditions in place. And all three elements actually are combined together. So the last question I would like to raise is that we are pursuing peace in terms of our relationship with North Korea. Also, we have the Korea-US joint training, and then we have the OPCON transfer issue. These are all intertwined together. So, for example, if we, as it was mentioned by Dr. Scott Snyder, if we reduce, for example, the OPCON, then maybe that can solve the dilemmas. But actually, in order to transfer the operation command, we have to be able to test our capabilities. And for that, we have to conduct the joint military drills and training with the U.S. So this is indeed a dilemma situation for us. So I would like to ask our speaker about his views on this. Yes, thank you very much. So Professor Shin talked about 3 elements regarding the dilemma that Korea is faced with, and I think that we would need to further discuss about these important 3 points that he has made. So why don't we listen to all of the discussants speak, and perhaps we can discuss this during the general panel discussion. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Boo Hyung-wook from the Korea Institute for Defense Analysis. Yes, thank you very much. Now, Professor Kim Hyung-jung, as he mentioned during his presentation, for the past 4 years, the Moon Jae-in administration has been making efforts to realize a strong military defense. So there was a lot of efforts made in the military sector. For example, Park Geun-hye administration had a military defense budget of 40 trillion won, but last year, 50 trillion, this year, 50.8. And I do believe that next year the budget will rise to 56 trillion. So within this administration, 16 trillion won of a budget increase will be recorded. For the 5 years under the Lee Myung-bak administration, there was an increase of military budget of 8 trillion won. During the Park Geun-hye administration, there was a 6 trillion won military budget increase. So compared to the two previous administrations, there was a greater military budget increase and efforts made under this current administration. I'm not sure if you remember this, but Kono Taro, he was the foreign affairs head, cabinet minister of Japan, and he had said that with the September 19th agreement, it seems like the peace process is ongoing. But why is it that South Korea is so focused on expanding its military capabilities? I do not know why South Korea is moving in that direction. And I think that he was sort of implying that this can be a threat for the security of Japan, in my view. But anyhow, we can see that there has been growth and development in the military defense capabilities of South Korea. There has been much growth. For example, not only F-35, but also Global Hawk was introduced. And also there was the Hyunmoo-4 missile, which can accommodate a significant weight of warheads, and some say that it can go up to 4 tons. So there also has been self-developed military technology and weapons, including the fighter jets. So as you can see, the Moon Jae-in administration has been focusing on, like its motto, developing and advancing our military self-defense capabilities, and much efforts has been put into this. So allowing the military men to utilize mobile phones almost at the end of the administration. Of course, there was a shock of the meals provided to the soldiers, and also there was a sexual harassment scandal within the military. There were a number of cases that raised concern about the military within the Korean public, among the Korean public, but nevertheless, we cannot deny the fact that there has been considerable achievements made in the military sector and national defense. As it was mentioned by Professor Shin, can this go hand in hand with the pursuit of the peace process? This has been a question that has been asked by many people from the beginning of this administration. Can we strengthen our national defense along with pursuing the peace process? Many people had been contemplating over this issue. There were some people who emphasized peace and said that this leads to a contradiction. We should slow down the buildup of our national defense capabilities. We should actually tone down on our joint military training with the U.S. On the other hand, there are people who are saying that North Korea is not only focusing on traditional weapons, but also it is building up its WMD as well, and therefore we cannot stop building up our national defense capabilities. So there was these two different sides and opinions. I think that the current administration has maintained a good position in the middle. It has struck a very good balance. And so I think that this is a two-track policy of South Korea. Now in 1978, when detente became difficult and there was another rise of tensions during the Cold War era, the Carter administration, which was criticized to being too dovish, implemented a two-track policy. And so what it did was it had deployed the nuclear warhead missiles in Europe, but at the same time it pursued dialogue. And that policy was continued on into the Reagan administration. And from the beginning of the Reagan administration, talks and dialogue continued. And then in 1987, the INF was reached as a result of these ongoing negotiations between the Reagan administration and Gorbachev. And so this led to great achievements. Of course, it took about 3 years for the abolishment of the mid-range nuclear missiles. But anyhow, if you look at the period from 1978 until 1986, until actual progress and outcomes were obtained, there were about 7 to 8 years. Nothing happened during that period. So we see that precedent existing. The Moon Jae-in administration is initiating a two-track policy. I would like to name it that. Well, we have to keep in mind it has only been 4 years since this policy was launched. So I think that it is too early for us to criticize the fact that significant outcome has not come out of this two-track policy. The September 19th agreement was reached, and although North Korea's actions did not directly violate this agreement, but there was the explosion of the liaison office, which kind of hurt the spirit of the agreement. And then in 2021, according to one report, before that, the nuclear warheads was expected to be about 30 to 40, but this year, SIPRI believes that it's about 40 to 50. So, under these circumstances, I think that we are indeed faced with a dilemma, a contradiction, but we have to be patient. We have to have time go by more so that we can truly identify and understand the outcome of this policy, the two-track policy implemented by the Moon Jae-in administration. So we need patience. And we have to have trust in the system because there is a precedent that we can find in the case of US and Soviet Union. And also Professor Dr. Kim Sang-gi and also Professor Kim Young-jun, he mentioned about the possibility of provocation by North Korea, that there exist concerns. Now, I think that from the large context, I think that there is confrontation between the US and China worsening. And so I think that the possibility of a strategic provocation by North Korea the possibility has gone down. SLBM, fire testing, and if there is another testing by North Korea, then I think that there will be a move to deploy strategic assets in Korea by the United States. And so this actually can serve as an asset to keep China in check. So I think that North Korea might feel pressure about this possibility, and so it will restrain itself from committing any further provocations. Dr. Lee Soo-young mentioned that North Korea and China's alliance has strengthened, but this does not automatically mean that this will lead to another provocation by North Korea. For the time being, I think that we should continue with the two-track policy and have patience and try to manage the threats by North Korea, then there will be one time when we reach a watershed for dialogue with North Korea. And I think that that will be viewed as an achievement of the two-track policy of South Korea. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. So we have heard from Dr. Poo, and now Professor Jung Jae-kwan of Korea University, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I would like to comment on the presentation by Dr. Hong Seok-kun. Dr. Hong talked about the future-oriented perspective. He made great suggestions. Before we go into that, it's been 4 years since the inauguration of the Moon Jae-in administration. And I think we need to have a systematic evaluation of the diplomatic achievements in order to actually execute the future-oriented tasks mentioned by Dr. Hong. So at this point in time, I would like to take a look at some suggestions on evaluating the diplomatic achievements. So I would like to make a total of 4 points. Well, in general, inclusive international cooperation and diversification of international diplomacy, what was the goal of this? We need to clarify the goal. And it's been 4 years since the inauguration of the Moon Jae-in administration. And so what is the legacy that the Moon Jae-in administration wishes to leave in terms of diplomacy and security? So throughout the last 4 years, I believe that in evaluating the last 4 years, we can take a look at these questions. First, in Dr. Hong's presentation, he mentioned that the goal of diplomacy is to achieve sustainable peace process on the Korean Peninsula. If that is the goal, what is the achievement based on this goal for the last 4 years? I think we need to have systematic evaluations. First, let's take a look at the 3 major goals of the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. First is solving the nuclear issue and having permanent peace. Second is sustainable development of the inter-Korean relations. And third is to establish a new economic community on the Korean Peninsula. Compared to these 3 goals, how did the inclusive international cooperation and diversification of international diplomacy contribute to these 3 goals? And I believe that evaluations need to be made systematically and thoroughly based on actual data. Because, first, in order to have sustainable, permanent processes of peace on the Korean Peninsula, even if there are governmental changes, and second, we will continue to see academic discussions on the achievements of the Moon Jae-in administration, and so we need to have systematic evaluations as a basis for such academic dialogue. The second suggestion that I would like to make is that, as Dr. Hong has mentioned, we are striving to have smart power, public diplomacy, and have diplomacy based on our status of being a middle-income country. Given the changes in international order and diversification of diplomatic players, are these concepts aligned with the current trends? I believe so. Having said that, I do have a question. So, diplomacy as a middle-income country, smart power, and public diplomacy, each of these concepts, how can they be brought together in order to achieve the ultimate goal of peace process on the Korean Peninsula? I think we need to make evaluations on that front as well. So in other words, through diplomacy as a middle-income country, how have we contributed to sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula? How have we contributed to the peace on the Korean Peninsula through smart power? And how have we contributed to peace on the Korean Peninsula through public diplomacy? We need to take a look at these questions to make sure that after the term is over, we can ask the question, what is the grand purpose of diplomacy of the Moon Jae-in administration, and how have each factor of diplomacy contributed to that grand goal? We can evaluate this only when we establish these issues before we go on to the tasks ahead. And we talked about diplomacy as a middle-income country, that we will have a favorable international environment through balanced diplomacy, ultimately contributing to peace on the Korean Peninsula. So this was pointed out by our presenter. Concerning this point, of course, academically and politically, there could be various controversies. And so that is why we need to strictly and thoroughly and systematically evaluate the results. Just like Dr. Lee has mentioned, we will see an aggravation of the relations between China and the US. And so even given that situation, is a balanced diplomacy the best choice for South Korea? And if so, how can we execute balanced diplomacy given the situation? we have the new Southern policy and the new Northern policy for balanced diplomacy. And so how have these policies contributed to balanced diplomacy? We need to logically take a look at all of these elements as a basis for future political and academic discussions on the achievements of the Moon Jae-in administration. Last but not least, Dr. Hong also talked about the very trendy concept of triple nexus. Well, I would like to make a suggestion on this front. So triple nexus includes humanitarian aid, development, and peace. So we will be working closely with the international society, including the UN, to establish a sustainable peace process on the Korean Peninsula through the triple nexus. And so, under the Moon Jae-in administration and afterwards, we need to continue the triple nexus approach, is what Dr. Hong has mentioned. But I believe that we need to perfect these approaches. And on that front, I would like to make two suggestions. Triple nexus. How can it be organically integrated with the existing diplomatic approaches of public diplomacy, balanced diplomacy, smart power, and diplomacy as a middle-income nation? And there has always been controversy concerning the triple nexus, and this controversy has always continued ever since the Cold War. Humanitarian aid, development, and peacekeeping is all very important. And we always say that these three goals should go hand in hand. But in reality, sometimes only one goal is advanced, and sometimes two goals are lost in the process. That is the reality. If so, why do we have such a big gap between the goal and the reality? Of course, triple nexus has excellent goals, and maybe because we have ideal goals in one basket, it becomes unrealistic. And logically, we have to take a look at what is the reason and what is the result. What do we need to do first in order to create a virtuous cycle? And so, triple nexus, because we don't know about that logical cycle, we cannot pursue all three goals. And so, what we need to do is to add detail to these ambiguous links. And we also need to take a look at the policy achievements based on a more accurate definition of the triple nexus and how it is related to the diplomatic strategies of the Moon Jae-in administration. And in pursuing the three goals of triple nexus, of course, ultimately, we are doing this for our national interest, but we also need to link this to the international society. And when we join the international society, we always have to contribute. And so what are we going to contribute? Concerning that, we need to consider our policies and principles. And so therefore, we need to take this into consideration. So in a nutshell, during the last 4 years, when evaluating the diplomatic achievements of the Moon Jae-in administration, we have to take a look at what we have contributed to the international cooperation and what have we earned through the international cooperation that we have conducted. Thank you very much.
Yes, we have just heard from the 5 panel discussants, and we have a little over 10 minutes remaining. If there are anyone from the floor who would like to ask a question or comment, can we hand over the microphone? I am President Kwon Yeol of the Institute of Information and Technology Policy. Thank you very much for inviting me. I have 2 questions. Now, first goes to Dr. Kim Sang-gi. He talked about resolving the North Korean crisis and the peace on the Korean Peninsula. He talked about the past history, and also he mentioned about the considerations for going forward, and he also mentioned 3 important points. My question is as follows. If you look at the Korean situation, you can see that many countries are intertwined together, and based on that, we have to come up with our strategy. For example, amidst the US and China, it's very difficult to come up with our strategy. So having said that, now, as an independent variable for Korea to come up with our military strategy, what is the direction to go? Is it possible to come up with an independent strategy for our military sector? I asked this to Professor Kim, and I have another question for Professor Kim Young-jun. He talked about strengthening the military defense capabilities and also the realization of responsible defense. You made some very important points during your presentation. For example, the transfer of wartime command operations, OPCON. And also Dr. Boo, he mentioned this as well. It was mentioned that the national defense has kept on building its muscle. It has been continuously strengthened over the years. And we can see this through the data. But the general public, I think, it's difficult to actually perceive this. Rather, the unfortunate events or the technology, these remain in the minds of the general public, rather. So I think that for Korea to go forward and enjoy greater prosperity, we will have to have greater defense power, but not only the specific capabilities, but also, I think, mentally and the morale, that's very important as well. So when there is a crisis situation, are the people, the military men, willing to sacrifice their lives for the nation? Sometimes it seems like we do not have that sentiment in place. So in order to improve this, the mental side, the sentiments, what should be done? Yes, thank you very much. Now, because of the time constraints, we will now have to hand over the microphone to the speakers to listen to their response. But listening to all of the discussants, I can see that coming up with the new evaluation tool and then perhaps holding another conference like this might be needed, because most of the speakers talked about the achievements of the first 4 years, and then the discussants talked about evaluations and along what should be done in the future and a longer term evaluation. So I think that there was a good balance, but many good points came out of the discussion. For example, Dr. Scott Snyder, well, he talked about how during the remaining term of the administration, it might be difficult to actually continue
the process during the term of the Moon Jae-in administration, but we also talked about how there could be opportunities later on. Professor Shin talked about the 4 dilemmas and how we can solve these dilemmas. And Dr. Boo talked about how that the two-track system of the US, of Korea, could be utilized to solve the seemingly contradictory goals, and that it will work out in the end. And so it's difficult to confirm at this point in time because there are complexity within our society, but there is a path even amongst uncertainty, so we will need to wait and see. Professor Chung, as I have mentioned before, talked about various issues, and he talked mostly about the connection between different concepts as well as the grand design. So we need to evaluate the current diplomatic achievements based on the grand designs and connections between different concepts. So we have only a little bit of time left. And I think we all need to write a new paper on this topic, but I would like to give 2 minutes each to each of our presenters. First, let's start with Dr. Kim Sang-gi. Well, concerning some points that have been made, I would like to comment. Well, Dr. Scott Snyder has mentioned that In the 2018 peace process, the postponement of the joint exercises did not play as big of a role as mentioned by myself, but I have a completely different opinion. Because the 2018 summit, before the summit, there was the Pyeongchang Olympics, and the Pyeongchang Olympics improved the inter-Korean relations and opened dialogue between the two Koreas. And before that, there was the intention to participate in the Pyeongchang Olympics during the New Year address by Kim Jong-un. And on December 19th of 2017, there was the announcement to postpone the joint military exercises by the US and Korea. If we did not postpone the joint exercises, would North Korea have participated in the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics? Would North Korea actually participate with athletes and supporters at the Pyeongchang Olympics while the joint military exercises are ongoing? I don't believe so. And that is why I believe that the 2018 peace process that happened was triggered by the postponement of the joint military exercises between the US and Korea. And I think it was Dr. Lee who talked about the G2 competition. We need to closely consider this factor. The aggravation of the G2 competition, is it aggravating the US DPRK ties? Well, I mentioned this before in my presentation. I think the leverage for dialogue on the side of North Korea is increasing because of the G2 competition. And I did not have time to mention this, but because of the G2 competition, I think there's a possibility that the US will strengthen their military pressure on China. And sometimes it may be very difficult to distinguish the military pressure on China from the military pressure on North Korea. And so, in order to distinguish the two, what must we do? We need to make sure that we do not become absorbed in the G2 competition. And so that is the direction that we need to move in. And the last point that I would like to add is related to a question that was raised. Of course, the US and China are superpowers, and compared to the two, relatively we have a weaker national power, but we are no longer a small state as we were in the past. Of course, we did show our power on various occasions recently. In terms of military power, in terms of economic power, we are amongst the top 10 in the world. And culturally, we can see that our soft power is very strong. And so our status in the global community has been raised considerably. So we are no longer the Korea of the past. And so we have a very high international status in terms of soft power and hard power. And so we need to make sure that we take this into consideration. Of course, we are surrounded by superpowers, but we need to focus on our national interest in conducting our diplomacy. And when we do so, I believe that we can be very proactive in our diplomacy with great achievements. Yes, we will now go to Professor Kim Young-jun.
We don't have much time, but please go ahead. Yes, I will make this very short. I received 2 questions. And Professor Shin, I think that everyone understands that there is this dilemma, and you really made a sharp comment about that. The current administration is pursuing a 2-track policy. I think that's a very good way to coin it, Dr. Bu. So the current administration is pursuing a 2-track policy, and I agree with what you mentioned about the 3 dilemmas. For example, we are pursuing national defense strengthening along with the peace process, and also there is also the Korean peace process, but at the same time, there is the uncertainties in East Asia. And I think that we have to pursue peace, but also we have to understand the current situation of the G2 being at odds. And I agree with what was mentioned by Dr. Bu. The question raised by Dr. Shin was about the joint training. In order to pursue peace, you have to reduce or stop the training, but at the same time, we need the training to verify the capabilities for the OPCON transfer. Yes, that is true. Now, when it comes to the OPCON transfer, well, I have had the opportunity to talk in private settings with Gallucci and other previous officials. And looking at the OPCON transfer issue, I think that, first of all, as a big deal, with the transfer of Akon help as a big deal, and there are 140 conditions, but actually that's just an excuse. The US and Korea has a very close relationship, and so just like we concluded the military guidelines, if we have strong trust, then I think that the OPCON transfer, and if there is Afghan transfer, if it's believed to be beneficial for the U.S. in terms of many factors, including its confrontation with China, then I think that we would be able to push forward. So rather than the joint training being important for Afghan transfer, I think that what we have to focus on is actually strengthening the communication with the United States. And I know that Professor Shen, you are very active in terms of your engagement with those in the United States, but these types of communication and open discussions are very important with our partners in the US. So when we talk about OPCON transfer, we only exchange our views, and there are not many academics from the United States being involved in these discussions over OPCON transfer. So I think that in the future, we have to have them more involved so that we can talk about this issue. For example, we can have the scholars from the Brooks Institute, for example, to be involved in these discussions and deliver the message and find ways to show that this can be beneficial for the U.S. as well. And also, I received another question about emphasizing only hard power might not be enough. We have to strengthen the mentality and the morale. And like you said, yes, there is a lot of interest among the people in these matters. Now, we have to think about the MZ generation. The military men, they are young, and they are different from our time. When we were serving our military duty, we thought that the enemy was indeed North Korea, and they were the evil that we had to topple. But with the conclusion of the missile guidelines, we can deliver the message that we are strengthening our self-defense. And I think that there are young people who are showing enthusiasm when they see these types of news. So I think that when it comes to strengthening the mentality and the morale, well, I think we have to understand the MC generation. Well, there are many military-related issues concerning the MC generation, and they have a different sentiment. They've grown up in an environment that is different from ours. So rather than providing the same education to them about North Korea, defining North Korea as an evil, I think that we have to adopt a different approach. For example, not only North Korea, but there can be many other potential challenges that we face, and there could be many other potential enemies as well. And so revising the missile guidelines, if that's shown in the news, a lot of people click on the news and read the news. And I think that most of the readers, a lot of them are young people, so they are interested in these matters. Last but not least, Dr. Hong.
Yes, I think we are out of time already, so I will keep it short. Thank you very much for those sharp comments. Well, I believe that talking about ad hoc aid and development and peacekeeping, if these issues are in silos, then it will not be leading to great achievements. And that's why we're talking about the triple nexus. And we wanted to talk about humanitarian aid, peace building, and peacekeeping with development. And we try to include all of those issues in a paper that we wrote recently. And we took a look at cases of virtuous cycles, of cases where such elements were irrelevant. And so we're in the process of writing this paper. And as the two of you have pointed out, we are a diplomatic country, and so we need to include the MZ generation and the general public in our discussions. And so we need dialogue and discovery of agenda items. And so, Professor Chung, I do want to answer your questions, but due to the time constraint, I will not be able to answer your questions at this point in time, but I would like to mention that we're continuing research on this front.
So I think that perhaps you can write new papers to respond to the questions and comments that were raised today during this session. With this, I would like to close session 4 because we are out of time. And also there is a roundtable discussion following session 4. And during that session, there will be a briefing of what was discussed during the different sessions. With this, I would like to conclude session 4. Thank you everyone for your participation. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Once again, I would like to thank President Go Yoo-won of Korea Institute for National Unification, the 3 speakers, and the panel discussants for your contribution. Yes, this concludes Inclusive Korea 2021 session 4, as well as all of the 4 sessions prepared. After a short break starting from 3:20, we will begin the Inclusive Korea 2021, the Moon Jae-in administration 4-year journey, inclusive recovery and a leap forward. Roundtable discussion will begin. I will meet you after the break. Thank you. Inclusive Korea 2021. We will now begin the roundtable discussion of this event. The Moon Jae-in administration's 4-year journey, inclusive recovery, and a leap forward will be discussed during this roundtable discussion. Let me introduce the participants. First of all, the chairperson of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, Chairperson Jung Hae-gu, will serve as the chair. And also Professor Yoon Soon-jin of SNU, who is also the chairperson of the 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission, Chairperson Nam Yoon-suk of the PCNSP, and also President Moon Yong-sik of the National Information Society Agency, as well as the moderators of these sessions will participate. President Hong Jang-pyo, KDI, President Lee Tae-soo of Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs, President Han In-seop of the Korea Institute of Criminology and Justice, and President Go Yu-hwan of the Korea Institute for National Unification. Please come forward up to the stage. So let me briefly introduce to you the bio of Chairperson Jung Hae-gu. He is the 8th chairperson for the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences. He has served in many positions within the government, and I have high expectations for what will be discussed during the roundtable discussion. So I ask for your attention and interest. President Han In-seop, as soon as he comes up on stage, we will begin the roundtable discussion. Yes, I think that everyone is on stage, so let us now begin. I will hand over the mic to Chairperson Jung Hae-gu. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to hold a discussion under this roundtable discussion, and we will be dealing with what was discussed during the past 2 days under the grand theme of the Moon Jae-in administration's 4-year journey, inclusive recovery and a leap forward. I had intended to introduce the participants, but because the MC has already done so, let me just briefly introduce to you how I will proceed. So there were many different sessions, and this is the last session, the roundtable discussion. So if you look at the 4 years of the Moon Jae-in administration, you will find that in the beginning, there was a move to make the nation worthy of being called a nation. And so there was time spent on this, and then we were hit with the COVID-19. And so there were efforts to come up with the countermeasures to deal with COVID-19. And so, as we carried on discussions for the past 2 days, we started off with the countermeasures and responses towards COVID-19. This was dealt with during the keynote addresses. And then we talked about the Korean New Deal and a government opening up the future. This session was led by President Hong Jang-pyo. And then in terms of the inclusive society, we talked about the government having expanded welfare under the leadership of President Lee Tae-seop, and then President Han In-seop led the 3rd session, which is about a fair society and reform of authority. On session 4, this was moderated by President Go Yu-hwan, and it was on the topic of peace process in the Korean Peninsula and the peacekeeping government. So this is how I would like to proceed. Now, the moderators, the chairs of each session, because they are up on stage, they will give a summary of what was discussed during the discussions. And based on that, we would like to hear about what should be the policy direction as we go into the future. And so let me give you the order of the remarks. First of all, President Hong Jang-pyo will speak about the economic side. Number 2, President Lee Tae-soo will talk about the inclusive society and the welfare sector. And number 3, President Han In-seop, he will talk about fairness and also the authority institutes. And last but not least, President Go Yu-won will talk about the peace process. And after that, we have especially invited 3 discussants. President Moon Yong-sik is an expert in the digital economy and digital issues. So we have invited him to talk about digitalization and related matters. And Chairperson Nam Young-suk has been dealing with the economy and trade as the chairperson of the Presidential Committee on the New Southern Policy. So I asked for comments made on trade and relevant issues. And last but not least, Professor Yoon Soon-jin, please talk about carbon neutrality. She gave a presentation yesterday, but I would like to ask her to speak on that topic. And the discussion for the 2 days was about recovery as we come out of the COVID-19 pandemic and another leap forward. So in that process of recovery and seeking for another leap forward, how will we create an inclusive society, including the vulnerable and the disadvantaged in our society? So with that in mind, please talk about what should be the policy direction going forward. The time given to us is about 2 hours, so let us use the time efficiently. And we had not been able to receive a lot of questions from the floor because of the time constraint. So in order to receive questions from the floor, I would like to give 10 minutes to each discussant. And after that, we will receive questions or comments from our participants joining us offline and online. So, President Hong Jang-pyo, I invite you to give your remarks on the economy-related matters. And I think mainly he will be touching upon the Korean New Deal and what we should focus our attention on is in the process of pursuing a New Deal to ensure that our economy recovers. Well, we've been talking about a K-shaped recovery. And there are sectors that are showing rapid recovery, but there are other sectors that are lagging behind. So as we experience a K-shaped recovery, how can we deal with the polarization that arises? And also, as the economy is promoted in the short term, we may see some improvements in job creation. But we are experiencing the ongoing of the fourth industrial revolution, and employment and job creation is not an easy challenge. So why don't you include this issue of employment in your talk as well? So President Hong, please go ahead. Thank you. Yes. Yesterday, during the first session, as it was introduced by Chairperson Chung, we talked about the Korean New Deal and also the future and what are the tasks and challenges we have to tackle. There were 3 presenters and 4 discussants who joined us. First of all, let me briefly introduce to you the main contents of what was discussed. And also, in addition, I would like to add my comments about how we should understand the Korean New Deal and what are some of the remaining tasks. So I would like to give you my view as a moderator, as a chair, after listening to all the opinions shared during the session. So first of all, the main points of the presentations and the discussion was that the Moon Jae-in administration after the COVID-19 had implemented a number of countermeasures, and that is known to be the K-quarantine. It was very innovative, and as you know very well, a New Deal policy was implemented. There is the Digital New Deal, and then there was a Green New Deal, which incorporated energy transformation. And also, there was the strengthening of the social safety net, and also there was the significance of the New Deals that was emphasized, and there was the New Deal for balanced national development. And Professor Kim Tae-young talked about how efforts can be made to promote mega-regional cooperation as a way towards national balanced development. And he emphasized that the initiative and the ownership should be given to the local regions. The Korean New Deals have 3 pillars, and the social safety net was emphasized, and I think that this was discussed more in detail in session 2, but it was also discussed in the first session as well. So the Korean New Deal, well, as the global community was hit with COVID-19, the Korean New Deal focused on how the government can play an active role to create new jobs. And there were discussions on the government efforts. And there was 2 large directions. First of all was investing in public infrastructure, and another was also, this is about infrastructure as well, but human infrastructure. So there was talk about human infrastructure investment, and these were the 2 large directions that were emphasized. So public infrastructure investment is linked with digital transformation to respond to and prepare for the 4th Industrial Revolution. It was recognized that this is something that is needed, and especially energy transformation and carbon neutrality is no longer something that we can choose to do, but this is something that we must carry on. And so transformation of our economy towards a low carbon emission society is an important responsibility for us, but at the same time, it was mentioned that this can provide us with new opportunities. And then in terms of investment in the human infrastructure, well, there was talk about digital transformation and that active investment must be made into the human talents. So a lot of the discussants mentioned about this. And Dr. Randall Johnson from Columbia University, he talked about the research conducted by OECD on Korea, and he mentioned about the vulnerable employment social safety net in Korea, and he also talked about the OECD's perspective. In other words, that the dual structure in the labor market has been recognized by the OECD, and how there are structural challenges that has to be overcome. And so there needs to be measures put into place for structural changes. After the pandemic, the Korean New Deal will help promote the Korean economy. But at the same time, we will experience a paradigm shift in the overall global community, and the Korean New Deal will be carried out amidst such paradigm shifts. So the Korean New Deal, and also many different measures are coming out under the name of New Deal. And there has been questions asked about why the New Deal policy of the 20th century is re-emerging in the 21st century. But looking back, we can say that around the world, we can see that after the 1980s, as you well know, there has been the era of neoliberalism, and then the world was hit by the financial crisis in 2008, and that as a turning point. Inclusive growth has been emphasized by the global community, including international organizations such as OECD and IMF, because the past growth model showed limitations. And so there has been a turn towards seeking inclusive growth. And after being hit by COVID-19, there was an understanding that we have to go on further for pursuing growth while dealing with inequality and seeking sustainability and also promoting fairness. Amidst the changing circumstances, the New Deal policy has come out in Korea, in the US, and also in other areas of the world. And so we can see that there has been this grand transformation and shift in policies. And amidst such a trend, the Korean New Deal was presented. So in the past, actually, it was difficult to imagine the financial injections and investments that were made to boost the economy. In the US, actually, 30% of the GDP was injected to revitalize the economy. So there has been many bold plans to help the economy recover. And this is the changes that we are experiencing at this time. So looking at the Korean society and the Korean situation, we can see that I think that there has been some sort of a time gap. So we were a bit behind in the trends in terms of responding by the political sector and the academic sector. We had the policies in place, but I think that if you look at the academic sector circle and the political sector, I think we were still focusing on the past policies. But amidst that, nevertheless, the Korean government has implemented a Korean New Deal. And so amidst academic debates, that this is an old paradigm. There was criticism about that, and I could hear that a lot. For example, some of the previous economic officials, well, they had announced the Economic Agenda 2030, and I read that as well. But when it comes to social safety net and welfare, Milton Friedman's income tax, which is based on neoliberalism, was called for. It was proposed that these are needed, but even in the US, it was proven that policy-wise, this is an approach that cannot succeed. So I think that there were such debate within the academic sector and also the political sector, but nevertheless, the policy that was implemented was the Korean New Deal. And also the president in April had announced the plans, but starting with this year, we had actually implemented the policy, and this is being pursued step by step in a gradual manner. So we are now seeing the policies being implemented now, beginning with this year. And so I think that we have to wait and see for the substantial outcomes to come out, for the Korean people to really feel the tangible results. And I think we're headed towards that period. So when it comes to the policies implemented by the government, without the trust in these policies, it will be very difficult for the policies to obtain fruit and outcome. So that is something that we have to keep in mind as we go into the future. Now, the Moon Jae-in administration for the past 4 years has actually devised the policies, and now also we are seeing the implementation of the policies. But also during the 4 years, it was a time of discourse. So now it is time for us to look back on what has been accomplished. We have to think about what can be done further. And I think that we need to have discussions on the further measures that should be implemented. So am I going over time? Yes, I think I used about 30 more seconds, but yes, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. So why do we need a Korean New Deal at this moment? That is something that we might want to think about. For example, the US Biden administration has put in a lot of investment, and we can see that the overall large economic trend is changing. So we have to think about why the New Deal. So next, President Lee.
As have been introduced, I am Lee Tae-soo of the Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs. If you have participated in session 2, I'm sure that it's still fresh on our memories. Very briefly, we talked about the Moon Jae-in care and inclusive welfare as well as public care under our topic of inclusive society. In the case of Moon Jae-in care, without Moon Jae-in care, would we be able to have stable foundations without Moon Jae-in care? And so I think it's unimaginable that we would have done so well without Moon Jae-in care, which highlights the value of Moon Jae-in care. In terms of public health, there are still weaknesses that we need to supplement. Related to inclusive welfare, many different aspects have been mentioned. And if we take a look at the OECD Social Spending Index compared to the GDP, in 2016, just before the Moon Jae-in administration, the percentage was at 9.9%. In 2019, this percentage has grown to 12.2%. And so in just 3 years, we have increased this by 2.3 percentage points. This is indeed a great feat. In particular, this is quite amazing in terms of the increase in social spending. Of course, compared to the OECD average, we are far behind, but nevertheless, the 2.3 percentage point increase is a substantial increase. And so this actually shows in a nutshell the efforts that have been made by the Moon Jae-in administration. In terms of public care, the responsibility of the government in providing care for its citizens was mentioned, along with various programs and measures that have been reviewed. But we also talked about the need to improve the delivery system and also to create community trust. And so we have a far way to go in terms of the delivery system and the community trust. Based on these 3 presentations, I would like to share my thoughts as well. The social policies of the Moon Jae-in administration throughout the last 4 years actually concluded all of the chaos created by the last 10 years of the conservative government. And so it was an opportunity to read the trends of our times, to set the appropriate direction for social policies through various programs and measures. I don't think anyone could raise questions as to the social policies of the Moon Jae-in administration. In particular, the principle of innovation and inclusion was portrayed by the social policies and the economic policies of the Moon Jae-in administration. Up until now, we were always talking about the virtuous cycle of social and welfare policies with economic policies, but I believe that through the Moon Jae-in administration's efforts, we have been able to create a new level of connecting the social spending with the economic development. And we are always concerned about dualism within our society, and we have made strides in keeping intact the widening of the social gap. If we take a look at various figures, we can see that the gap is continuing to shrink. But despite these results, why do we not see some clear effects of these policies, in particular based on the experience of the people? So I think it's quite mysterious as to why the evaluations are not as high as we would expect. I would like to think about 3 aspects. First, because of COVID-19, COVID-19 actually is a crisis that is hindering the inclusive society and sustainable policies of the Moon Jae-in administration. And so all of the big plans designed for inclusive society in 2018 was hindered by COVID-19. And so I think I can point this out. And second, above all, fundamentally, we went through the development era of the 1970s, and then we went through the neoliberal policies of the 2000s. And then from 2008, we had the conservative government, which impacted the lives of the people of Korea. And because of all of the negative impact during the last 10 years and the time before that, it could not be normalized and cured and treated within just 4 years. That was an impossible feat. And so all of the problems that had accumulated could not be solved overnight in just 3 to 4 years. The third issue that I would like to point out is the consistency of the policies and the continuous review of the policies for better achievements. Did we continue these efforts during the last 4 years? I think we need to reflect upon this part. And so I have pointed out 3 factors as to why we are not able to experience the fruit of Moon Jae-in administration's policies, which actually increased the social spending by 2.3 percentage points. Why can't we actually experience the fruit of these efforts in our everyday lives? I think we can point out these 3 reasons as to why. So we need to go beyond the Moon Jae-in administration. We have about a year to go, less than a year in fact. And so we have to think about the time beyond the Moon Jae-in administration. And I think we need to think about 2 things. First, in the post-COVID-19 era, we will experience a large change in our environment. Thus far, we have talked about demographical changes, but post-COVID-19 will bring about a transformation of civilization. And this could include digital transformation. And so, we always thought that these changes were far into the future, but it was brought much closer to our reality because of COVID-19. And so, we need to be very intuitive in taking all of these changes into consideration. And above all, the welfare state of Korea was exposed to dual shocks. So, in the past, in the industrialization era, the welfare state was prepared for the lack of income. For example, we are not able to overcome the issue of poverty amongst the elderly. And then from the 80s, we had neoliberalism. And so from the social investment perspective, we needed to work with the issues of women and children and changes in technology. So we needed to provide care so that we could have more women participation in the economy. But we have not been able to respond well to the latter either. That is why we are seeing the low fertility rate of Korea and also the low women participation in our economy. So the gender gap still is at about 15%. And added to that, we have another risk, the so-called post-COVID-19 risk. And so the climate change and environmental degradation, digital transformation are all issues that we need to respond to together, coupled with the 2 previous shocks on our welfare state. And so I believe that these would be the most difficult factors lying ahead. Of course, we are already talking about this, but we need to think about participatory income, basic assets. And so we need to incorporate these concepts so that we could restructure the way of guaranteeing a certain income level. And many of the presidential candidates are also discussing these issues through their policy pledges and messages. And so we are at a point in time when we need to think about this. And in terms of care, we have to think about how we're going to restructure care and how to provide public care. Well, I think we should rack our brains for ideas for the traditional care services. But at the same time, we always thought that a green welfare state is a concept that is far off into our future. It was just an ideal direction. And we thought it was a far off reality. But people like Professor Yoon Soo-jin, who are in environment, would welcome this. I think when we think of a welfare state in Korea, we need to think about becoming a green welfare state. It's not just about redistribution of income and assets, but we also have to think about our impact on the environment. And this is not just for a just transformation, but we need to make sure that we change our total system to become green so that we become a green welfare state. There's much to say, but I'm sure that there will be more opportunities to speak. I will wrap up the summary for session 2 at this point in time. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, President Lee. Well, we have listened to President Hong and President Lee, and if we bring those two summaries together, we can see that the Korean society and also societies around the world are changing quite dramatically. Before COVID-19, we always talked about the post-neoliberalism, but with COVID-19, we are now thinking about the post-COVID-19 world. And so that is the question on our minds. And so related to this, President Hong talked about the New Deal. And President Lee has talked about not just creating a virtuous cycle of growth and distribution, but becoming an inclusive nation and including other aspects of welfare, such as basic income, into our system. So we are in a process of creating mega changes within our system. And then we will listen to Chairman Yoon Soo-jin later on. Carbon neutrality will be another large change within our society. And so if all these changes are coupled together, then we will indeed be met with a new normal. And we can expect various changes. And so we are amidst all of these changes.
So let us go on to listen to President Han In-seop, who will talk about the session on a fair society and reform of power structures. Yes, today, early in the morning, there was a session about a fair society and the government's initiatives to reform power structures, which was held under the theme of fairness, peace, and a leap forward. Now, the detailed themes that were discussed was the reform of prosecution, fair trade, revisions and improvements, and also democratization of the market and some of the impeding challenges, including anti-corruption and upholding integrity. So we could see that institutionalization and legislation and policy making has seen great progress throughout this administration. First of all, in terms of the prosecution and authority, there was views shared that a lot of progress was made in terms of keeping the prosecution in check, and also in terms of anti-corruption. The integrity level of the nation climbed from 52 ranking to the 33rd ranking. So of course, our goal may have been higher, but we are moving in the direction of becoming a more integral nation, and we can clearly see this improvement. Also, when it comes to the fair trade, we can see that efforts have been made to strengthen fair trade. For example, improvements in the relationship between subcontractors and contractors, and other efforts have been made. And so there has been improvement in the legislation as well. Especially in 2020 to 2021, there has been such legislative movements to improve the law to support fair economy. So we have been institutionalizing and implementing new policies and legislating new laws to promote the fairness in our society. And also, we have been keeping in check the possibility of abuse of power and status, and we have been working towards promoting transparency, and there has been achievements made in this direction. Now, from a new perspective, there may be a need to talk about the redistribution of power and authority among the different authority institutions, and also to strengthen the sovereignty of the people. We had evaluated that more could have been done. And so, what could have been done could have been pursued through a detailed plan for the reform of the judicial system, but this actually was not carried out in full-fledged. It was stopped at a certain stage. And also, new power structures have emerged, and I believe that we can call this the authority or the power of officials that have come into power after taking an official public civil servant exam. So because they had passed an exam and raised to a certain position, after going through a certain official process, they have come to obtain power and authority. But nevertheless, when it comes to the authority of these officials, well, listening to the discussion that was carried out, if I give you my personal views, compared to the political authorities in power, there are some differences because the political authorities and powers are switched every 4 years after the election is taken, or every 4 to 5 years, whereas this authority and power held by the officials that were appointed to the positions after taking a official civil servant exam is there to stay for a prolonged period. And also sometimes these authorities are linked with political powers and therefore intensifies and strengthens in our society. And so also we can see that there are elite cartels in our society. I don't think that this terminology is accurate, but how should I put this? Those who are in official positions, they enjoy privileges, and they have created a cartel or a fraction to continue to enjoy these privileges. But if you look at the legislation and also if you look at the various government activities, these elites, they are serving as the gatekeepers. The people, the citizens of Korea, however, are now voicing their opinions, and they have been calling for the president and also the prosecutors to take action when a certain problem arises. And such calls of the citizens sometimes have led to the side effect of further strengthening these officials' authority and power. And so the authority of these officials, well, they have become even stronger over the years. But in order to prevent the concentration of power, there has been many efforts made under this administration. For example, the CIO was established along with the NOI, and I think that now we are understanding the side effects of the authority structure, the power structure in place in our society, and that is why we have been seeing efforts to reform them. But there is room for improvement, and I believe that the reform, well, it seems like it hasn't been 4 years and 2 months, but actually it has been 9 years and 2 months since the reform has been carried on, because I think that it continues the efforts made under the participatory government. There were some failures that were experienced during the participatory government period, and so we have learned lessons, and based on those lessons, reform efforts have been implemented. And so I think that we have to review the reform once again in a thorough manner before we proceed forward. So first of all, we have to look at the vision and the reality. Now, if we do not look into the future and predict the future, we think that it would be difficult to actually take a step forward. But at this moment, we really have to take action. We can use our eyes to see what lies ahead, but what we need is also to take action. So, the title that we see here is Another Leap Forward. And I think that what is important to take step-by-step efforts, and we should not be too overly focused on the short-term achievements. I think that the inconveniences and the difficulties and the challenges, these are always raised beforehand. Then anything else is talked about. So I think that, however, rather than looking at the short-term difficulties and challenges, we have to take a long-term perspective and evaluate the achievements of the current efforts after about 10 years. And also, we have to focus on the details. They say that the devil is in the details. So we have to come up with a well-prepared plan and then execute these plans. And also, we talk about irreversible institutions. I think that we need strategic planning for institutionalization. For example, the Constitution Court and the Sejong Innovative City, the law school system. Well, the death penalty, for example, we have made sure that we cannot revert to the past. So we have to have this in mind, that once we implement a strategy, it is difficult to go back to the past. So, irreversible institutions. And also, We have to normalize the most dilapidated and obsolete elements of our society. So, for example, let's say that there is a prison. What we have to do is not focus on building a state-of-the-art prison, but we have to overhaul the most dilapidated prison. So what we have to do is not only look at the maximum point of reform, but the minimum level of reform that we can achieve. The low-hanging fruits are also something that we have to think about. And also, in the process of reform, I think that many people can suffer. This is a very painful process, and many people will be hurt. But I think that if we look at the people who make sacrifices, there are different people in our society who make sacrifices, and I do believe that along with the achievements, the sacrifices, and the pain, the difficulties, we have to consider them as well. We have to know that it's not just the glory, but also there are the challenges that we have to overcome, and there are sacrifices made in the process. So throughout the 4 years, we have seen many developments, and at the same time, I think that it is time to look at the principles of ABC of reform once again. Yes, thank you very much. So he mentioned a number of very interesting points. For example, he talked about the officials who were placed into power after passing a government official exam. And for example, the elected officials, they actually receive evaluation in a couple of years. But those who are put into the powerful positions or the status with authority, they are there for a long-term period because they have passed a certain exam and were placed officially in those positions. And also, this was not included in the discussion, but this came to my mind listening to all the views. Well, when it comes to the issue of distribution and the issue of fairness, we always have to think about the fairness of distribution, and also we have to think about the fairness that is mentioned among the young people. And this is widely dealt with in the media. We haven't talked about this much during our sessions, but I think that the older generation, well, in the views of the youth and the young people, it seems that the older generation are taking all the opportunities. And so the young people are calling for the opportunities to be given to them. They want greater options and opportunities. So if time allows, perhaps we can talk about this issue as well. Let's go on to our next speaker.
The next topic was related to peace, and we would now like to turn to President Ko Yu-hwan. Well, session 4 was conducted just a little while ago, and so I'm sure many of you have tuned in to session 4, so I don't think I need to be long in my summary. So we took a look at the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, and under the topic of peace process on the Korean Peninsula and peacekeeping government, we took a look at responding to North Korean nuclear crisis and maintenance of peace on the Korean Peninsula, strengthening of defense power, realization of responsible defense, and inclusive international cooperation and diversification of international diplomacy. So we took a look at the nuclear issue, peace on the Korean Peninsula, defense, and international diplomacy. The overall flow of our session dealt with the fact that we prioritized peace for the Korean Peninsula. President Moon has announced only peace through the Berlin Declaration. Peace was given the highest priority above any other values. And so that is why we had the policies for peace on the Korean Peninsula. And before the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics, we have postponed the Korea-US joint military exercises. And North Korea, up until 2017, conducted various tests for the advancement of their nuclear program and missiles. But ever since the success of the Hwasong-15 on November of 2017, they have not conducted missile tests in 2018. So from 2018, we have had the new trend of peace and coexistence, and the turning point was the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. We had the high-level talks, and we had envoys sent to North Korea to meet Chairman Kim Jong-un, and we actually heard that Kim Jong-un had no reason to maintain their nuclear program if they were given guarantee for their regime. And that message was then conveyed to President Trump, which led to the Panmunjom Declaration and the Singapore Joint Declaration. And that was the main flow of 2018 up until Hanoi. The Hanoi summit ended as a no deal. And then we had COVID-19 breakout in 2019. And we also had the presidential election in the US. So up until now, we have been in a stalemate. But the overall flow to build peace and to keep peace and the achievements in that process was quite outstanding. Up until now, we have not been able to complete the peace-building process, but in the remainder of the term, we look forward to reigniting the momentum for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Having said that, there are some variables. Whether it be Biden administration or Trump administration, people believe that they will maintain the sanctions on North Korea. And because of the G2 competition, the alliance between China and North Korea will be strengthened because next week they will celebrate the 60th anniversary of bilateral relations. And so this may actually become a turning point to even stronger ties between China and North Korea. Because of the strategic competition between the US and China, it's very difficult for China to move away from the sanctions and side with North Korea. And so by the fall, then we may be able to resume inter-Korean dialogue and the US-DPRK talks. Dr. Scott Snyder was not optimistic that talks will be resumed within the term of the Moon Jae-in administration. We have to take a look at the possible postponement of the joint exercises, but Scott Snyder mentioned that it's probably difficult for the U.S. to make this decision on postponement because it will not impact the resumption of talks. But Dr. Lee and others have mentioned that there is a possibility that we will have another opportunity during the fall of this year. Another important point is about how we can link responsible defense with peace on the Korean Peninsula. Last year, we have invested 50 trillion won into defense. And so the strengthening of the defense power, is it contradictory to peace on the Korean Peninsula? Well, I believe that defense power is targeting peace through deterrence. And so we can see that North Korea is approaching peace by nuclear armament. We cannot have our own nuclear program, but by building our defense power, we are trying to make the situations symmetrical to maintain peace. And so it is not contradictory to peace building on the Korean Peninsula. So this is a two-track policy. So it may look contradictory on the surface, but the two are not contradictory. But with patience, we will be able to see the results of these policies. And in the remaining term of the Moon Jae-in administration, how can we control the variables? Well, we are in a stalemate, and so we may end the term like this, and that would actually make all of the achievements thus far insignificant. And so we will need a irreversible peace process. We need to make sure that we do not destroy the achievements made thus far and work on institutionalization. In particular, the September 11th military agreement between the two Koreas is maintained until now. And so we do have arms control, and this is a great achievement, but I don't think we have had enough recognition of this achievement. Well, the structural arms control is related to the US, but in terms of operational arms control, we can, for example, alleviate the limitations on the missile system, for example. The September 11th military agreement, the Inter-Korean Declaration, the Singapore Joint Declaration are a part of the framework that will be leveraged by the Biden administration. Well, we are close to the end of our presidential term, but the Biden administration is just starting their term. And so I don't believe that North Korea can make the choice of strategical aggravation, because if they aggravate in the initial stages of the Biden administration, then relations may be difficult throughout the term. Well, COVID-19 is the main issue for today, but in North Korea, they are actually locking down their borders. They are saying that they are becoming self-sufficient, but they are in a very difficult situation. And so, given the fact that it's very difficult for them to solve their problems on their own, I think there's a high possibility that they will come back to the table to talk to the US or South Korea. The Biden administration, they have announced their review of their North Korean policies, and they are saying that they will have a coordinated and practical approach. And in the past, they have asked for complete denuclearization before talks, but they have set denuclearization as their ultimate goal, but they are willing to take it step by step. And this approach has not been completely rejected by North Korea. And so they are looking to see what will happen with the current situation. And so given the relations with China, we can see that China is celebrating their 100th anniversary of the Communist Party. And they also believe that they don't want aggravation by North Korea to become a variable in achieving their China dream. And so I think this is a time to gather our wisdom to move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So many points were raised, and I think that there could be a difference of opinions. For example, in terms of the relationship with the United States and North Korea, how much of effect of Korea playing the role of mediator can be achieved? That's one view. Some people believe that it might not be that effective. Other people believe it could be effective. But also, there is a confrontation between US and China. And in the past, I think that South Korea was in the middle, in between the large and strong countries. And Korea was very passive in its role and thought that survival was the only thing on our mind. We had to try to survive. However, we are no longer as weak as in the past, and we are as quite an advanced country now. And so, even though there is a confrontation between US and China, there are people who believe that there is room for Korea to seek its own way and its own path. There are people who hold this view. So when it comes to the G2 confrontation, well, Korea and the US has a security alliance, and China is the largest trade partner of Korea. And so even amidst the US and Chinese confrontation, we have to find a way to strike a balance. Of course, it will not be easy, but how much can Korea do on its own to find the right positioning? That is something that is on the mind of many people, and I think that the new Southern policy can play a role. And President Chairperson Nam Yong-suk, I think, can comment on this, as she is the chairperson of the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy. So we have just heard the summary of each session, and we try to look into the future direction. But now I think that it is time to focus our attention on certain topics. So first, I would like to invite Chairperson Moon Yong-shi. So we talk about digital transformation as we face the fourth industrial revolution, whether we like it or not. This is something that is here to stay, and so we have to respond to the fourth industrial revolution and digital transformation. So what is the impact of this? We tend to talk about the negative impact and how we should respond. That is one thing that we can talk about. But I would like to listen to the view of President Moon.
Thank you very much. I am Moon Yong-shik of the National Information Society Agency. Maybe this name is unfamiliar. That's because we have changed our name. We are a think tank for information-related technologies in Korea. Related to the topic of Inclusive Korea 2021, Digital New Deal, Digital Vision, and Digital Transformation are the topics that I would like to cover today. Well, related to COVID-19, I have had two direct experiences. First, I think in the initial stages, when we did not have enough masks, that was when we had the biggest difficulties. That was the first time that President Moon actually apologized to the public that he did not manage the mask companies well. And so the policy was made to have limited sales through the pharmacies. So you could go to pharmacies and buy masks, but we needed to have an app to see where the masks are available. If we are to develop those apps according to government procedures, it would take 2 to 3 months. So we would need to have the purchase evaluation, we have commissioning. So if we go through all of the processes, it would take 2 to 3 months. And the Blue House asked us to develop the app as soon as possible. And so I received the call on Wednesday, and I had a meeting on Thursday, and we prepared for 3 days, and we came up with dozens of apps in just 3 days. And so we were able to provide apps to the people of Korea when they started to sell masks at pharmacies. That is the power of Korea's ICT. That is the power of open public administration. That is the power of our cloud infrastructure. We also have the chaos with vaccines later on. So during the vaccine chaos, we have come up with the vaccine registration system and the reservation system and the digital vaccination certification system. And so I think we have overcome the confusion with vaccines. That is the power of digital platforms. And therefore, I believe that we were able to overcome COVID-19 thanks to the power of digital. I believe that the economic crisis triggered by COVID-19 should be overcome through digital methods, and that is why I have suggested the Digital New Deal, and I have laid down the foundation for the Digital New Deal, and our organization is in charge of the Digital New Deal. I do hope that the Digital New Deal will have an impact on the people, on the society, and in businesses. So I would like to take this opportunity to talk about some of those impacts. Whenever I talk about digital new deals, I always say that it's trying to catch two birds with one stone. First, we have to create jobs, but at the same time, we also need innovative growth. So we need to pursue those two goals at the same time. With the inauguration of the Moon Jae-in administration, we have prepared for the digital transformation and the fourth industrial revolution. And because we were so well prepared, we were able to create the Digital New Deal with COVID-19. Policies don't appear out of the blue. We use what we have prepared to accelerate our efforts to create a new policy. And so the Digital New Deal is actually the acceleration of a digital transformation. So we had a 5 to 10-year plan for digital transformation, but we wanted to bring that down to just 2 years so that we can concentrate on accelerating all of these processes. And we actually received a budget that was 10 times the original plan, and so we were able to come up with a Digital New Deal. On July 14th, we will celebrate the first anniversary of the Digital New Deal, and we need to make sure that the people of Korea can experience the benefits. Because of the Digital New Deal, we have created numerous jobs, and the AI education platform is another prime example. The cloud sourcing platform has created over 40,000 jobs, and we have created more than 80,000 jobs through the Digital New Deal. And this was possible because of the digital transformation and the foundation for innovative growth. The AI industry and the data industry are at the root of this growth. And so we need to make sure that AI transformation and data transformation is at the forefront. Let's take a look at the medical industry. At each hospital, they have immense data. And so each hospital has their own AI analytical model that they wanted to develop, but the government worked on supporting each hospital to conduct analytics. And so major hospitals of Korea joined the government efforts to bring their data into a single platform. And so we were able to trigger the opening of the medical AI data platform. And so overall, not only AI and data, the cloud industry was also important as a basic infrastructure. I cannot name all of the achievements that we have made, but I think overall in the industry of Korea, there are large companies that are focused on exports: Samsung Electronics, Hyundai Motors, POSCO, LG. These are the companies with global competitiveness, and they are doing very well for digital transformation using data and AI. And so they have acquired manufacturing competitiveness. And we also see that there are very strong IT platform companies in Korea. Well, of course, the platform industry is dominated by the US companies, and they are dominating over European companies and Japanese companies. Well, China has their own internet platform, and so that's a little bit of a different situation. But in Korea, we still have strong platform companies such as Naver, Kakao,
전자상거래 쿠팡,
and Coupang,
핀테크의 토스,
and TOS, a fintech, and our delivery system called Pemin. All of these platform companies are very strong, and these companies are looking to move into the global market, in particular Southeast Asia.
이 혁신 성장에서는 굉장히 중요한 게
For innovative growth, knowledge-based startups are very important.
스타트업
There are many startups with global competitiveness,
꿈틀대고 있어요.
and we can see them
글로벌 탑10
building their competitiveness in each of their domains. And there are many companies with the potential to become top 10 in their given industry. And every year we see the birth of unicorns.
교육 쪽의 리드라는
Lead is an education startup that has become a unicorn company.
산타토이
And Santa Toy is a service being provided based on search engines. And they have conducted a large M&A. And HyperConnect is another company that conducted a 2 trillion won M&A. Well, e-commerce by Coupang and our delivery app Pemin have become global companies. Crafton has become a global company, and in medicine, we also see outstanding startups. So in each field, we have startups with global competitiveness, and we can see these startups growing within our ecosystem. And so I believe
디지털의 기저
that
까지 말씀드리고
we can set forth a digital vision.
디지털과 함께 온다고 저는
The golden times of Korea will come with a digital transformation.
ICT 특정 산업
In specific ICT industries,
결합된
we see that there is convergence to have high potential. So this is like electricity 100 years ago. The country that leverages ICT the best, well, maybe we are behind in the core technologies, but in leveraging, we can be the best. We did not
경쟁력을 가지고 있듯이
invent electricity, but we are leveraging electricity very well. This is the same for ICT.
대한민국의 고유
I believe that we can have our own brand of digital. Well, France has their own brand of culture and art, and I think digital can become our brand.
디지털이라고 생각을 해서
I think we are known for our digital economy. In the post-COVID-19 era, the world will change, and one pillar of that will be the digital renaissance. And in the digital renaissance, we can become the #1 country.
지금은 빅10, G10
So we are talking about G10 or G7, but in the digital Renaissance era, we will be amongst the G3, just after the US and China.
생각을 하고요. 마무리하겠습니다.
So I think I will need to end because time is passing. In order to do that, we will need a few strategies. First, we need digital governance. We need to make sure that the government CPO and CDO is established so that we can have a digital governance. And second,
인재 전쟁에
we need to prepare for the war over talent. Competition will come from talent. I think we are quite naive in dealing with this war over talent. The US, they are doing everything to win in this war over talent. They have invested hundreds of trillions of won so that they can win over China.
전 세계 인재를 빨아들이겠다고
The US is looking to absorb talent from around the world through their immigration law and their new visa laws. I think we are being very naive in the way we respond to the war over talent. And if time allows, I would like to talk about this part a little bit more.
브랜드로 세계 최고의 급격
But for now, I would like to talk about our vision of becoming global #1 in the digital world.
제안 말씀드립니다. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
예, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
G3까지 들어간다고
Well, becoming a part of the G3, wow, that is quite positive.
하셔가지고 여러분 기대가 큽니다.
So we have high expectations for our future. Having said that, well, you talked about how there is great job creation, But many people worry about the loss of jobs through digital transformation. And so if time allows, I think we can discuss this issue further.
Next, I would like to invite the green sector, and it's time to invite Professor Yoon Soon-jin. I would like to ask you, well, already you've given a presentation, so during this discussion, I would like you to focus on some of the pressing issues that we should focus on.
Thank you very much. I am Yoon Soon-jin, chairperson of the 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission. I did present yesterday as well. We are living in a great transformation. The current generation is the last generation that can put a stop to two different crises. And we don't have a lot of time left. But this is not just a crisis, but at the same time, I believe that climate crisis is a warning given to us by nature. Up until now, we have used energy without paying back. And so now is the time to pay back. And if we are to use other sources of energy, then we have another opportunity for change, to live with the earth, to challenge our standards and maintain our environment. We talked about digital just before. Everything in digital is operated by energy. Here in this hall, we are continuing to use energy. The air conditioner is running. We have a lot of lighting, we have machinery, we have communication. All of that uses energy. But many people don't think about how this energy is created so that I can use this energy. We don't think about how this energy is moving our society and our world. And energy is very expensive, but no one wants to pay in full for this energy. And so, in this era of carbon neutrality, we need to become more interested in the issue of energy. It's not just about energy. We are seeing changes in our diet, and we are seeing changes in the Earth's surface. We have come up with land for farming, we have built structures, we have built roads, and we have cut down trees. Even now, we continue to talk about pandemic today, and the pandemic is closely linked with climate change. The current pandemic was triggered by large-scale development and deforestation, which led to global warming. In the past, the viruses that were far away from humans are now becoming closer to humans because we are encroaching on the environment. And so we are living in a crisis of economy, crisis of equality, crisis of pandemic, and crisis of energy. And so we need to make sure that we take these crises into consideration. And are we trying to come up with the solutions? Well, everyone talks about solutions, but we have many presidential candidates from both the ruling party and the opposition party. But we don't see any presidential candidate putting forth their policies for these crises that I have mentioned. The world is changing, and the whole world is based on the use of energy and our environment. But if we do not deal with these issues, all of the social systems that we talk about will not be possible. And so we need to give this issue some serious thought. So I think we need to take this into consideration. Therefore, how are we going to find solutions? Well, actually, it is quite unfortunate these days that around the world, we are looking to reduce energy consumption, and we are looking to do electrification and using renewables. Just like I mentioned yesterday, RE100 is a campaign that is being conducted by companies voluntarily, and this is changing the global market. So there are companies joining this campaign to say that they will only be using renewable energy. 319 major companies have signed up for this campaign. Korea is manufactured centered, we are export oriented, and so we have to start with RE100, and nuclear energy is not included in RE100. But there are still people talking about nuclear energy. We can no longer afford to talk about nuclear energy. We have to take a look at the global trends, and we have to take a look at what we need to prepare for in the future. So it is quite unfortunate that we're not thinking about the future and the global trends. There are many global trends, and in Korea, shipbuilding, refinery, steel industry, ICT, these are world-renowned industries that we have in Korea. But in order for these industries to continue to maintain our lives, the industries must be transformed. These industries may disappear, but the way they use energy and the way they may manufacture must change. And if we succeed in making that transformation, then we could have new opportunities and new jobs. And through innovative changes, we can continue to contribute to the global society. We need to make sure that we become proactive in this transformation. So this is the direction that we need to move in. And so we need to make sure that we approach these issues with these trends in mind. The 2050 carbon neutrality mission has several roles that we must play, one of which is to achieve the goal of 2050 carbon neutrality. We are in the process of imagining the scenarios for the society that we wish to become in 2050 before coming up with a roadmap. There is a lack of accurate understanding of carbon neutrality. How many people are actually understanding carbon neutrality? How many people are interested in carbon neutrality? We need to change the world together. We no longer live in an era where just a few can change the world. Carbon neutrality is not just about emitting carbon and then absorbing the carbon back. Well, actually, it's about reducing emissions as much as possible first, and that is why we need great efforts. We need an innovative breakthrough. Currently, 650 million tons were emitted, but in the next 30 years, we have to bring that down to zero. How would that be possible? We need to make it possible. And so we have to think about the how. We have to give this some serious thought. But we have the possibility. Recently, I met the Danish ambassador, and they have the best wind farms, and they have a great company related to wind farms. And Ørsted is another Danish company that was a company that had the 90% market share in coal generation. But this company has transformed into a renewable energy company in just a decade. And so the Danish ambassador mentioned that Korea has great potential for growth. The power technology for wind farm is #1 in the world in Korea. And for offshore wind farms, the structures that go under the turbines is very important, and this structure is #1 in the world, and the undersea cable technology is #1 in the world. We also have great #1 technologies across the industries. But rather than moving forward in a new direction, we continue to become linked to past laurels. A civic group related to economics published a report recently, and they said that we have to go back to nuclear energy because renewables is not possible right now. Well, the top 5 companies in Korea wish to become a part of RE100, and as I mentioned before, there are 6 SK companies and Amore Pacific Korea Water Power, Hydropower, and other companies are already a part of RE100. We need to join this campaign in order to survive in the global market. Well, even if companies want to join RE100, there is not enough renewable energy available. The dissemination of renewable energy is too slow in Korea. There is conflicts over whether renewable energy facilities can be built in each region. The renewable energy facilities do not impact the surrounding environment. Are we going to go back to nuclear and coal power? We need to use renewable energy because the impact on the environment is much lower compared to existing generation plans. And so now, all Koreans must be interested in producing renewable energy. Each region must produce their own renewable energy. And we need to have everyone on board for switching into a carbon neutral society. And when that happens, we can have balanced national development. The rural areas, they can lead the urban areas because they have more potential to produce energy. The last point that I would like to make is power is power. Electricity is power now. If we can produce more electricity, if we can produce more power, that is the direction that our society should go in. If we reduce our consumption and produce more power, then we can change our society. And so we need to renew our awareness towards this direction. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
아마 지금부터 이제
Yes, so I think that the presidential election campaign will begin, and the candidates for the presidential election should pay attention to Chairperson Yoon Soon-jin. Last but not least, I would like to invite Chairperson Nam Young-suk. She will talk about economy, trade, and the new Southern policy. Please go ahead. Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am the chairperson of the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy. My name is Nam Young-suk, and thank you very much for inviting me. Now, I understand that at this conference, the economy and trade sector has not been widely discussed compared to other sectors, so I would like to introduce to you the New Southern Policy. The New Southern Policy targets ASEAN and India and the countries in the southern region, and to work with them to have them be as influential as the major four countries and to ensure that prosperity enjoyed by all of these countries. So this was announced by President Moon Jae-in under this goal. There's three axes. There is people, prosperity, and peace. So there are the three P's of the new Southern policy. In the past, we pursued interests, but rather you can say that this is an inclusive, cooperation-based policy and relationship. So after announcing this new Southern policy, President Moon Jae-in visited 11 countries in the region and also commemorating the dialogue that began 30 years ago. The special summit with Korea and ASEAN was held. And also there was the launch of the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy, and also the ASEAN Foreign Embassy was upgraded to a vice minister level. And so I do believe that there is heightened understanding and awareness of the new Southern policy now. And the new Southern Policy Plus was also announced. So to focus and select 7 strategic initiatives were announced, and so there was an upgrade to the policy. Let me briefly introduce this to you. The first initiative is the post-COVID-19 comprehensive healthcare support. So K-quarantine and K-health know-hows will be shared with the countries countries that fall under the New Southern Policy, and we support healthcare. Number 2 is in the field of education. The Korean education model is shared, and also fostering human resources is also supported. The third initiative is the mutual cultural exchanges. State-of-the-art digital technology is utilized to promote cultural exchanges and also to introduce the Korean contents and also to engage in non-face-to-face exchanges as well. Number 4 is a mutually reciprocal trade relationship establishment. And so to respond to the global supply chain, we want to develop our exchanges with this region. And also, the RCEP has been launched, and the CSR strengthening can help us lead to strengthening the foundation for mutual prosperity. And next is the co-prosperity promotion through the development of infrastructure in rural areas. So infrastructure will be developed in the rural areas, and also smart cities will also be developed to help the people enjoy a better life. Number 6 is cooperation in future industries. The ASEAN countries are also very interested in this area. Startups, Fourth Industrial Revolution, 5Gs, and new industries are areas where we are strengthening cooperation, especially in the post-COVID-19 era. Last but not least, the 7th initiative is to create a more stable, safe, and peaceful ASEAN community. And for this, climate change and water management, coastal management, and also human-centered, non-traditional security cooperation is emphasized, and also to strengthen the
우리나라 외교가 강대국에 둘러싸인 지정학적 상황에서 개도국으로서 생존해 나가는데 중점을 두었다면 문재인 정부의 신남방
recovery of the Mekong River, efforts are being made to support our partners. And so this new Southern policy is being pursued and initiated by the South Korean government. And so the new Southern policy actually has been evaluated as having opened up new horizons. The new Southern policy actually has very great significance. Geographically, it is located in between the US, Europe, and also there is a young population, very dynamic and high growth potential. US, Europe, Japan, for example, have been focusing on the importance and the value of the new Southern policy. There has been an announcement of the Indo-Pacific strategy as well. So there has been heightened interest in our new Southern policy. Also, there has been further confrontation between the US and China. And so we can see that amidst such a new environment, the ASEAN countries are actually increasing their proportion in the global supply chain. So as such, the New Southern policy is gaining greater significance. Also, President Moon Jae-in, after the outbreak of COVID-19, held face-to-face summits for the first time recently. As you know, there was a US-Korea summit, and there was a P4G summit, and the G7 summit, and we were able to recognize the heightened status of the Republic of Korea. And last Friday, UNCTAD had actually elevated Korea's status, and in the closing ceremony, it was announced that Korea was moved into the group of advanced countries. It was moved from the group of developing countries into the group of developed countries. So Korea's new status has been recognized around the world. Since UNCTAD was established, it's the first time that a country has had its status elevated from a developing country to a developed country. And after the outbreak of COVID-19, the Korean president visited the US for the first face-to-face summit after COVID-19. And so there was a document agreed upon and announced, and semiconductors, batteries, AI, next generation telecommunication technology, biotechnology were areas for cooperation with the U.S. These are actually core advanced industries that can actually utilize the strengths that our companies have. And also, we agreed upon the vaccine partnership with the U.S. The global vaccine partnership actually utilizes the raw technology concerning vaccines and also combines it with the development and production capabilities that is world-class held by Korea to overcome the challenges faced by having to distribute vaccines around the world amidst this ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Also, after the U.S. summit, U.S.-Korea summit, the president participated in the G7 summit, and it was evaluated that Korea's heightened status was proven through this participation in the G7 summit. And also there was a plan to contribute 1 billion worth of vaccine. And also Korea pledged support of $100 million this year and the same amount next year, so that it will join the G7 countries in overcoming this global challenge. And so Korea has seen its elevated status from a country that had followed the other nations around the world, but now it is leading the countries around the world. And so I do believe Korea, when it comes to responding to COVID-19 and other important global issues such as dealing with climate change, has become a major important nation that has to participate in these global discussions and is leading the way in global cooperation as well. And we could really see for ourselves this elevated status. So there will be further summits. For example, there is the G20 summit, and also there is the COP conference for climate change, and Korea will participate, and Korea will show its status as a responsible member of the international community, and Korea will do its work to contribute to the efforts made by the global community. Dr. Bang No-ja is here as well, but actually I was in Norway as the ambassador of Korea to Norway, and I think that overseas, the status of Korea is different from the status of Korea perceived here in Korea. So the perception is a little bit different overseas. The people outside of Korea are really curious how Korea was able to successfully quarantine the nation while not blocking its borders. And at the same time, as Korea announced the Korean New Deal, which includes the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal, people are showing interest in how such efforts can continue amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I think that right now we have many challenges ahead, but we have been able to overcome crisis situations. And amidst that, I think that we can utilize the given opportunities to create an inclusive nation. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. So when we talked about peace, we talked about the middleweight diplomacy, and Korea has seen its status go up from a developing country to a developed country. And I think that what we have to think about is that as Korea has been put into the group of developed countries, still Korea does not have any tendency to become an imperialistic power. I think that universal values are pursued by Korea, and one of those values would be peace. So we pursue peace as part of the 3 Ps, and this is part of the New Southern Policy. So peace, prosperity, and people are at the center of this New Southern Policy. So it's not about imperialistic power that Korea is pursuing, but rather Korea wants to prosper with the world, and it wants to promote the global values. So I think that universal values have to be further emphasized. And also, in the past, the history of Korea was a history of Korea being hurt by surrounding major powers. But now, Korea has further advanced. It is recognized as a developed country. So I think that we should have more confidence. And based on that confidence, I think we should think about how we can thrive, not only survive amongst the confrontation between the US and China, but we should think about, as one of the countries in the League advanced nations, we should think about how we can further promote the universal values around the world. So I think that that is part of this new Southern policy, and it was not mentioned here today, but the new Northern policy. Of course, there is an inter-Korean issues, so we were not able to more actively pursue with a new Northern policy. But I think that once we have that implemented in full-fledged, I think that inclusive globalization could be pursued. And perhaps Korea can play the role of a bridge that connects the different countries and the regions together. So I think that we have to hold a broader perspective as we engage the world. So I think we have only about 20 minutes remaining. So we did not have enough time to engage in sufficient discussions about the given topics. So for the remaining time, we will receive questions from the floor, answer the questions, and carry on our discussions. So we have a person in the audience raising his hand. Can you please introduce yourself and ask your question?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this important gathering. I am Kwon Yo-won of the Information and ICT Research Institute. We are talking about the 4-year journey of the Moon Jae-in administration, but the bigger topic is inclusive recovery and a leap forward. And so I would like to ask my questions to President Han and President Nam. In terms of inclusive recovery, just like President Han has mentioned, being just is very important. The excessive concentration of economic power leads to various social problems. As President Moon has mentioned, if we are to meet our golden times, it will be through digital transformation. I am also looking forward to this. But if we take a look at the current times, Google and other platforms are becoming prevalent, and it seems that the concentration of economic power is becoming more excessive. And so, in order to overcome this excessive concentration, we need to work on the inequalities of assets and information. What are some of the legal and institutional solutions that can be found? And what are some of the priorities for such legal and institutional measures? My next question goes to President Nam Young-suk. Well, a leap forward is the catchword today. And just like the chairperson has mentioned, the new Southern policy will indeed play a large role for the next leap forward. And in the new Southern policy, I can see that trade with the countries covered under this policy is larger than the trade with the new Northern policy countries. And we have recently seen a government policy announced for the new Southern policy. Could you share with us the percentage of trade within our overall trade with the Southern policy countries? And what do you believe will be the trend in the next 5 years? And what do you believe is the role of the K-New Deal for the new Southern policy and the relevant trade? I would like to go to the answers right away. We will go to President Han first, and then we will go to Chairperson Nam for the new Southern policy.
That was a great question, but I don't think I am the right person to answer your question, considering my field of expertise. fair trade and fair competition. In order to ensure this, what kind of institutions and legislations are needed? That was the question. And I think that, of course, we need the basic regulations for promoting fair trade and competition, and also the institutions required for democratization of the economy and the market. Of course, there are room for improvement in going in this direction. For example, we talked about the new institutions that had put into place, for example, the multi-representative litigation system, but not much progress has been made. We have not been able to swiftly pursue with these changes. In the 20th round of the National Assembly meetings, I do hope that we can make further progress and speed up so that we can see more tangible results. I think that is the answer that I can give you. And I think that the person who asked the question probably knows better than me about this issue. Yes, Chairperson Nam? Yes, thank you very much. I did mention this, but there are 7 initiatives under the New Southern Policy. And the New Southern Policy actually is a very comprehensive policy that aims for comprehensive economic ties and exchanges. But if we look at the trade alone, as I mentioned before, the trade agreement, ASEP, this would be take effect hopefully this year. But we have been making efforts to improve our trade relations, and we are trying to increase the trade and investment in this region. But also at the same time, we have the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal, so we expect that cooperation in these new areas will further expand as well. So the experts and the government officials within the New Southern Policy region say that they want cooperation in the digital field. And as I mentioned before, tackling climate change, coastal issues, water management, these non-traditional sectors for cooperation aside from the traditional security field are areas that they wish to seek support from Korea or cooperate with Korea. So these could be included in the Digital New Deal of Korea. So I think that as we pursue Digital New Deal and the Korean New Deal, we could think about how we can cooperate with other emerging and developing countries, including the ASEAN countries. And as I mentioned before, well, there is a restructuring. We'll talk about restructuring the global value chain and supply chain. So each country is looking at ways to further strengthen their competitiveness and play a role in this global supply chain. So at such a time, I think that we have to think about how we can also strengthen our capacities and how we can better cooperate with other countries for a win-win result. So we see that trade is increasing with our partners under the New Southern Policy, and I do believe that we can continue to maintain such a constructive relationship. Yes, thank you very much. Let us receive further questions. Yes, I think we have one person raising his hand. Yes, I think that this is an excellent opportunity, and thank you for providing this opportunity. My name is Kim Young-jun, and I was a presenter in the previous session. I have a quick question, also for Chairperson Yoon Sung-jin. But first, well, there was a mentioning of Kim Jong-un having the qualities of a CEO and a king. But I think that if we look at the leadership of Kim Jong-un in the context of North Korea, that might be an accurate evaluation. But I don't think that a lot of people in the global community agrees, especially the Korean Peninsula experts in Washington. They are not North Korean experts, so they don't know about the past events that took place in North Korea. But they are working as Korean Peninsula experts in Washington, and they have very narrow-sided views, but nevertheless, they are working as a specialist focusing on issues concerning the Korean Peninsula. So I would like to ask the question. Now, those who are working in the Washington think tanks, now, I believe that there has to be more experts newly fostered to promote the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. So I would like to ask of you whether you agree with this, whether it would be the right way to go to foster these new experts who can help promote the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. And also, I fully agree with the opinion of Chairperson Yoon. Now, asked I have met with a lot of people in Washington, and I've received this question about the Moon Jae-in administration. Well, isn't there a contradiction in President Moon Jae-in's approach? But I think that it is not a contradiction. It just reflects the spirit of our times, because when it comes to nuclear energy, well, it is because we are focusing now on renewable energy that the jobs are declining in the field of nuclear energy development. Well, the non-proliferation experts, they listen to the views of the experts of nuclear energy here in Korea, and they say that President Moon Jae-in actually is holding a contradictory position when it comes to nuclear energy. So I would like to ask Chairperson Yoon's view on this issue. Well, there has been a lot of media report about this, but I would like to ask your recommendation and your view on this. Yes, I think that the first question was given to President Ko.
Well, concerning the leadership of Kim Jong-un, I think it would be too long to evaluate his leadership, so I will not go into that. But if we take a look at the last 30 years of negotiations related to North Korea's nuclear program, ever since the fall of the socialist bloc, the US was the superpower, the sole superpower, but they still could not solve the nuclear issue. There are many reasons, but one of that is because they don't have an accurate understanding of North Korea. They did not know who they were negotiating with. They were using US standards and global standards in dealing with North Korea. And when they do that, they cannot succeed in negotiations. And at times, they would neglect North Korea's intentions. Sometimes they would misunderstand North Korea's intentions. And so I think it's unfortunate that they did not know North Korea accurately. And so we see that there's quite a shortage of North Korean experts in the US. And I think we could have made more efforts as well from the South Korean side. Of course, there were some research institutes that tried to help the US understand North Korea, but even now, there is still a shortage of diplomatic efforts. The Hanoi New Deal that we always talk about these days, and we always talk about how the Japanese interfered with that, because the US-Japan relations was very close at that time. Some people say that Japan actually interfered with those negotiations. When there were potential agreements that were reported in the media, Japan interfered in that process. And that was due to the Japanese diplomacy in Washington, D.C. Well, because I don't think I will have another opportunity to speak, I would like to add my comment related to the New Southern Policy. When we designed the New Southern Policy, as we talked about the grand design previously in the presentations and discussions, well, the new Korean Peninsula regime was not executed because of the Hanoi New Deal, and the New Southern Policy was in the big picture along with the new economic community on the Korean Peninsula. And we thought that we could improve the inter-Korean relations. And we would connect that with the new Northern Policy. And the new Southern Policy and the new Northern Policy would be connected by the Northeast Asian community. This Northeast Asian Plus community was not expanded. It was not seen through. And I think history would look back on the New Southern Policy and give high valuations of that. During that time, there were conflicts between Korea and China because of the thawed issue. And because we have a high reliance on China in terms of our economics, there were many difficulties. And so we were looking to diversify our trade relations. And that is why we strive to achieve the New Southern Policy. This is ASEAN plus India, and so the scale is very high. If we would actually include China in this, then that would actually impact the hegemony of the US. But the US actually separated India from this strategy, and the One Belt, One Road policy of China included India. Well, Japan wanted to make an effort on this front, but we made a great effort in expanding our economic map. And this New Southern Policy was a very good complement to the Indo-Pacific strategy of the US and the One Belt, One Road policy of China. And so the New Southern Policy played a great role even amongst the G2 conflict. And so I believe that the New Southern Policy was a very good preemptive move. And so I believe that history would evaluate this strategy very highly. Yes, Professor Yun? I think that was a very important question. I think many people are pointing this out. What about the ethical side? So we are saying that this is very dangerous in Korea, but why are we exporting these technologies overseas? Isn't that an ethical issue? Well, actually in Korea, the danger of nuclear plants is higher than other countries, because the concentration of nuclear plants per unit of land is the highest in the world. And furthermore, the areas surrounding the nuclear plants are seeing more and more earthquakes. Last year, we had 2 hurricanes that actually had salt water going into 6 nuclear reactors, and we had to stop the operation of these nuclear reactors. With climate change, we will have more frequent extreme weather events such as hurricanes, which will then endanger the nuclear power plants even further. Well, when we think about the concentration of nuclear plants, we have the highest in the world per unit of land. But if we take a look at the 4 major areas of nuclear plants, we have 6 plants per area. And there are no other areas in the world with 6 nuclear plants. Only 6% of the nuclear plants around the world are included in this high density range, but all of our nuclear plants are included in that range. We actually have 3.8 million people living around the Gori nuclear plant. And if we take a look at Canada, they only have 100,000 people living in the area where there's a concentration of nuclear plants. And so we can see that there are millions of people living around the nuclear plant area. And so if there were to be an accident, it would have devastating influence. And so in terms of safety, it would be very dangerous to build additional nuclear plants. In terms of exports, this is an issue that we need to approach from the industry side. We have excellent talent, we have great industrial potential, and that is why we are exporting nuclear plants. But I don't think these exports would be successful, because around the world, there are not many countries that are planning to expand the number of nuclear plants. And even if they do have such plants, they are in Russia, China, and Eastern European regions. And so we don't have a lot of competitive edge in those areas. For Saudi Arabia, when President Moon visited the US and the two heads of states announced their declaration, we did talk about exporting nuclear plants, but without the promise of non-proliferation, we cannot export. And so there are not many regions where we can export under the promise of non-proliferation. So what do we need to do now? We need to eliminate nuclear plants step by step. We have 24 nuclear reactors and 4 are in the process of being built, and the ones that are being built are 1.4 megahertz per nuclear reactor. And so we need to continue to foster talent for the safe management of these nuclear plants. And there are no country in the world that has the safe technology to treat the used nuclear fuel. We continue to develop relevant technologies from the 1950s, so there is no answer as to how we're going to safely treat the used fuel. Well, we talk about SMR these days. These are small module-type reactors. These are small modular reactors. For the small reactors, we need to take a look at whether they are economically feasible. The reactors are becoming bigger and bigger because of the economy of scale. But if we are making our reactors smaller, then we would have no economy of scale. But are they still reactors? Yes, they are reactors. And so we would have nuclear materials used there, and there is still the possibility of accidents. And where are we going to build such SMRs? Well, the citizens, they don't want the wind farms to be built in their neighborhoods. So where are you going to find a community that are willing to accept SMRs? SMRs are still nuclear reactors, and so it's still very serious. In order to solve climate change, we need to become carbon neutral by 2050, and before that, by 2030, we have to reduce our emissions by 45%, which means that we have to make great efforts in the next 10 years. If we continue to talk about nuclear fusion and SMR, they are not commercial technologies that are viable in the next 10 years, and so possibly we can conduct research concerning nuclear fusion and SMR, but it cannot be solutions for climate change. Recently, these reactors are very large in size, and they continue to send out electricity to the grid. And when we continue to increase renewable energy, there's a collision between the two. If SMRs continue to send out electricity into the grid, and if we have renewables that are trying to send out energy into the grid, they are actually taking up so much of the grid that renewable energy cannot send their electricity into the grid. And so we need to think about these issues. We need to have a wise approach for this issue. Well, it seems that we have surpassed the time allocated for our session.
So now it is time to wrap up, but last but not least, I think we can hear President Moon talk about the job creation issue. Yes. I know we're out of time, but nevertheless, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak one more time. Now, there was a question regarding the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the era of AI and concerns about jobs decreasing. But the situation has changed considerably. Past about 10 years ago, when we talked about AI and the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we really thought that perhaps there is a possibility that AI would replace people, and there was a lot of concern about machines taking over the positions and the jobs of people. And so there was a lot of robots and a lot of discussions about basic income. But after 10 years, we can see that AI is not as smart as we had anticipated. AI cannot replace human beings. AI can cooperate with people to enhance the productivity level of people. But AI cannot replace people in all aspects. So that is something that is very clear. So in some areas, for example, we might seek automation and unmanned services such as at the cashier. But I think that compared to the jobs that are replaced by machines, there will be more new jobs created. So if we look at the first and second industrial revolution, we can recognize that this was how it was in history. And so in the new revolution, we can once again confirm, and we will be able to confirm, that once again, machines will not be able to entirely replace the jobs and the roles of human beings, but we will be able to enjoy greater productivity. We will not have to work 5 days a week. Probably 4 days a week we will work. The remaining 3 years we can use it to enjoy leisure activities or realize our dreams. Or use the time to care for our family members or others. So I think that would be the trend in the future, in my personal view. Yes, thank you very much. Let me wrap up. So we held a discussion on the Moon Jae-in administration's 4-year journey, inclusive recovery, and a leap forward. There was discussions and sessions held for 2 days, and I think that we covered the 4-year journey in 2 days, but the 2 days also seemed to be quite a long time for us to gather together, engage in discussions. I think that there are different views when it comes to the achievements. Yesterday and today, what we were able to confirm, however, is that there are still challenges that we have to deal with, but if we look at the overall flow and the overall situation, we are at a period of transition, but we are going in the right direction. And having said that, after we recover from COVID-19, Korea will be given the opportunity to recover and make another leap forward. One concern, however, is the issue of inclusion. During the past financial crisis, well, we did recover, but still the financial crisis left a lot of scars, and one of the scars would be polarization in our society. And I think that we should not repeat the errors that we made back then. So when we seek for another leap forward, we will have to think about how we can pursue inclusive recovery and that we can overcome the challenge of polarization in our society. So for the past 2 days, thank you very much for joining us. And also I would like to thank the participants in this last session and also the people in the audience who have stayed until the very end. Thank you very much. And with this, I would like to conclude the roundtable discussion.
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of Inclusive Korea 2021, the Moon Jae-in administration's 4-year journey, inclusive journey, and a leap forward. It is quite unfortunate that we have not been able to meet everyone on site, but thank you for joining us online, and thank you for honoring us with your presence. The presentations and discussions presented at Inclusive Korea 2021 is downloadable through the website, and you will be able to see the videos using our YouTube channel. Once again, thank you very much for joining us until the very end. I am Kim Mi-young. Thank you.